it tells the reason for a deviation in line with that regulation as to why there was a deviation. It tells a project manager and it also tells the value of a contract, Chairperson. So that's the picture of the first contract. Yes.
Hold on then. Anyone wants to query anything there? Any query on this one? Yes, on this one, we just query the one as it comes, we query it. Thank you.
Chairperson, on the reason for deviation, all of them, it's very easy to copy and paste. It's a well-known thing in municipalities. It says impractical to go to tender. Can they maybe just explain that? On each and every one, copy and paste, impractical. Why?
Let's get the explanation, because all we're doing, you said it's maintenance of, just move it on. Just move to the left. Just hold on there. It's plumbers. And so, sorry, just move on. The repair of all plumbing related works as per SCM policy. Why is it difficult? You have one chairperson?
Chairperson,
Yes.
Sorry. Yes, the reason that is taken into here, it's taken from the report that a project manager would write to a BAC. So impractical, honorable member, is part of regulation 35, is one subsection in regulation, sorry, not 35, but 36 of the SCM policy. The report then will motivate as to why impracticality. So that a detailed response may be found in a report, which.
So you don't have that reason right now?
I do not have that reason because I do not have the report, Chairperson.
Okay,
right now.
Mayor, can I just check? You see, you've got 3 that are coming from corporate services. Who is in charge? Who's going to dig those reasons and come back to us and let's inform all of the others? They must actually get the proper reasons, because that's the real main reason why we wanted to ask questions. But the way, if it's generic like that, doesn't take us anywhere. Okay. So can we get someone who's going to appear here and tell us what's happening on each and every one of them?
Chair, maybe,
Right.
maybe before we look outside. So I think there's a rationale, there's a legal rationale in terms of the section. I think the acting municipal manager can assist us. What is the rationale behind that section 35? Because there's a rationale why actually there was that section with regard to those tenders. There's a rationale behind the act, the act. So I think the MM should assist us in terms of that.
Chair, I won't be able to deal with specifics per tender. There might be a number of reasons. I don't want to speculate in the committee.
What can you say in generalities?
The first issue, Chair, it might happen that maybe a tender is on appeals. There are objections. Maybe there's something pending legal litigation around this issue. It can be, in certain instances, if it's not litigation, no objections, it might be the delays on issues of compliance within the supply management chain. Maybe tax clearance certificates there might be a lot of reasons. So
Okay, I ask you to speculate. So just hold it for now. Honorable Mtolo, he can't give you the exact answer.
No, Chair, my understanding in terms of section 35, if there's an emergency, you know, and that delays in terms of tender that we awarded, and there could be a reasoning behind that. There must be a reason why actually the municipality opted for section 35. So my question, therefore, Chair, they would like actually management to motivate for these section 35 tenders why they actually had to go, because it's impractical. Doesn't help us as this committee. Because if we are going to allow this to happen, Chair, that will mean and then they abuse this section. They don't do their job, or maybe they avoid going to tender because they have their friends or relatives that they want to award tenders. So that's why it is important that they motivate the reason why they opted for Section 35.
Okay, I've asked that the mayor must get us the people who have the specifics. They must appear so that they must actually explain as we go. So for each one of these, in fact, if we can't, we may as well defer the item and come back, because the reason why we wanted this item was solely to establish why they have actually got these contracts that never end. That was the issue from the start, and we'll recall them. Not only that, there was also an argument that some of the contracts, if you try and terminate them, you get threats from outside, and that's why we call them back. And we want each and everyone, they must explain per deviation, per renewal, what was the issue. It's not going to be general. So we need that, and they have to appear. Okay, let's go through quickly. Yes, Honorable, yes, I've got all the hands. Let's just get, yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Chair. I get it that you don't have those reasons here now, but according to my understanding of the process for these tenders not to go to tender, a report must be written and it has to send through you to the MM. But in the end, has all these deviations and these reasons been recorded, and the reasons for that, for any deviations, and that report, those reports were that sent to the council? And if they were not sent to the council, why not? Because actually this is what has to happen. And Chair, could I ask for proof of the reports to council and the council's resolution on those reports, please? Thank you.
That's precisely what we need those people to come and explain, because if the CFO says it's a particular department, the department is not here, we're not going to go away and come back next week. We're going to get them online now. They will explain as we are here so that we can pass. So you will have to add now, for each one, was there a council resolution or was it submitted to council? Honorable Member? Yes, Honorable Sob?
Or not, I got your clarity, Chair, because I was saying that if now we are going to question this report and we don't have answers, it means we're gonna stay here for the whole day. So
Yes.
I give the CFO is active, so maybe it was not part of the signing or authorizing or part of those people who approved the deviations. That's what I wanted to say.
Yes, we've got two options. I'll exhaust the hands, but we've got two options. The option is that we will go for more discussion, or we defer the item until we've got an assurance that all those members are here. So let's have the next comment. Let's come to
No, it's not coming. It's fine. No. Good day, Chair. Afternoon. I hear the comment from the municipality, and I think the comment in itself, Chair, it's not serious. And I think the comment, the suggestion that we must get those people here, because I believe that all deviation must have their own separate reports that says why it was deviated and the motivation thereof. But you can't deviate more than 3 times and say it's impractical to go to 10. Actually, I do not think the deviation in the way in which they are, the people who are doing them even respect AG for that matter. You can't deviate from maintenance. That has never been done, Chair, because it's impractical. It's not possible for you to go to tender for something that you need to maintain. You plan for that so that you know when time of, according to your time asset register, and as in when useful life determines to you that this thing will need maintenance, you maintain it. Now I don't get it. How can you deviate for maintenance? That is why I'm saying that at least can we get the people who have those reports to provide us with reasons, or we can somehow just leave if we're going to be given answers like that one. Otherwise, it's not a serious answer to us. Even it's itself, that answer is not serious. You can't say whether you were there or you were not there as MM. It is an incorrect answer to say when there was a deviation, you don't know what was the deviation for. That is incorrect. Thank you.
Okay, we're still waiting to get an answer as to who is getting on the system. So I just want to finish the hands for now, and then we can get back to the mayor.
Okay.
Yes,
Thank you, Chair. Chair, yeah, but the municipality is not taking us seriously. The mayor and everyone here are not taking us seriously. I think they think we're here to joke, or maybe they're used to accounting to their friends there in their council. They're playing it, Chair. Chair, if you look at the values of these contracts, all of them, I doubt that all of these contracts were awarded at, the first one says 3 million, at exactly 3 million on the dot. The next one, 15 million, exactly 15 million on the dot. And the one that we're talking about now is sitting at 3 million. I think it was number 7, right? It's sitting at exactly 3 million. What does the 3 million mean? Because the first time this contract was awarded was on the 1st of June in 2017. It's now 2026.
okay,
still sitting at 3 million.
don't go into the details because we want to deal with each one
Okay,
by one.
sharp.
Yeah.
No, thanks, Chair. Right. But is it still sitting at 3 million? So whoever is coming through, Chair, could you please request that they take us seriously and they don't, this is an insult to us here, including what Honorable Matuna is saying with the reasons for the deviation using section 35.
Okay,
I don't know, these people think we're kids or something, Chair.
all right, Honorable Wall.
Chairman, thank you. I'm not sure if I should hold my question now if you're saying.
Yeah,
Let's
you
do that
could
first.
hold, because you see, what I'm waiting for is an answer from the mayor, and says somebody been loaded onto the system to talk to us. So can I ask you to hold your questions? Because it might be easier. I think we might move on and not allow the space for the specific answer we want. Mayor?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, Mr. Tsatsira has logged in. We are waiting for Ms. Kako for corporate service.
Just designate him so we know who.
Mr. Tsatsira is the acting executive director for infrastructure and engineering, Joseph Tsatsira. So, Nosipho Kako
All of them, I think.
from corporate service is also supposed to log in.
Yes, Eastern Cape girl. You just want us to see, you know, all your home guys. That's fine. Can you ask him to show his face on the screen? And then we can start the conversation. And can I check, is in possession of the same document that we're dealing with? Who's giving him the instruction? Please ask him to open his screen so we can see him, so we can start the conversation. Sorry. Has he been briefed?
He is in the note that we are coming here, Chair, and he's in the note that the report, we wanted the report because we were discussing with him in cooperation.
Has he got the right report? That's what I'm asking. Yeah. You're talking to him. Speaker?
Chair, just wanted to say that
You have received the? Can you use your mic, please?
Sorry, Chair. No, I just wanted to report that I did receive the minutes and the extract of the council meeting, as well as the item, as well as the attendance register. I sent it to Shireen.
All right, I'm gonna ask that be sent over to the secretariat. So can you ask Mr. Tsatsira to open up his screen?
Chairman, he just logged off.
We're talking to him. Get to your speaker so mic so can hear. What's the problem? What is happening is the municipal manager is going to give us an update. He's waiting to get to his mic and then he tell us what's happening.
Chair, I did get hold of Mr. Tsatsiri. He's joining, Chair. And I'm also forwarding the report that is under discussion.
Okay, what? Okay, he was actually logged in. What happened?
Chairperson, may I please ask if from the list for the deviations on other departments except for corporate services, that's what we are still waiting for. Is there anyone else on the list that we can shoot straight and deal with who's sitting here?
Mayor?
Because we are waiting for the ones who are going to respond on the corporate services tenders.
He's
Asking if
actually
other
not on the
departments-
corporate, that one. He's on the infrastructure and technical services.
But there's different departments here, Chair. So is there anyone here who can answer to the other ones so that we can buy time?
How many departments have we got? Mayor, how many people are we getting here? You've got the corporate, you've got the infrastructure, which other one?
How we have approached the network that the CFO and
No, just put the mic on.
Chair, it's budget and treasury, COO, corporate services, electricity and trade, electricity and energy, infrastructure and engineering. That is their document, Chair. I'm not sure why they're not sure. Public health.
Okay,
So I'm asking if
that's
is there
fine.
anyone on the other departments who can help us so that we can buy time.
That's
while we
fine,
are
that's
waiting
fine.
for that.
I'm asking, I've only been told about two.
Hmm.
Mr. Tsatsire has joined, then the one for corporate has not joined. So I'm asking which other are available,
Budget and treasury, the CFO is here.
can deal with it.
Can deal with it, Chair.
Okay,
And the one for electricity, we will be calling so that he can also join.
okay, CFO, can we pick your section up?
Chairperson, if the spreadsheet can be updated, spreadsheet can
You,
be.
you tell us which one you want us to move it up,
It starts
budget
with,
and treasury.
it starts with corporate services, electricity and energy, infrastructure and engineering. And public health.
Where's budget and treasury? Do you have no deviations there? You have no contracts there.
There are contracts, Chairperson.
But in this list, we have them.
Uh,
You submitted the slide, the report.
Which one are we talking to now?
Which one have you got?
I've got the one that was emailed yesterday where we had to show how many deviation extensions that were
In the same format as this.
in this format, yeah.
So why do we have a different one here? Can somebody just give us the one?
Chairperson,
Just move on.
Chairperson, if maybe it's to help them try and remember. Contour Technologies, Alex Maintenance, Lele 2-meter management,
Okay,
Liabona Energy.
Okay,
Energy.
there we are.
okay.
There we are. Okay. Now, yeah. No, that's fine. There we are.
Okay.
Those are the ones, eh? CFO?
All right,
All right, you're gonna start now.
okay.
All right, yes?
Chair, I wanted to also just say that the people in the departments can tell us about one or two where there may not be memory from executive management. But for a contract such as Alex Maintenance, we started in 2018. There is no board, even the chair of MPEC would know about it because it would have been picked up. It's not possible that at mayoral and at executive management level, there's not been a question about the name, which has ran from 2018 to 2026. So I think they must take responsibility for some of those. They may not remember one or two where just one extension also. Thank you.
When we get there, we can ask everyone to answer those that you think must answer. But for now, let's start. Take us to the first one. Do you have your own system so you can read from your own?
Okay, sorry, my spreadsheet is different to this one.
Look,
But
we
the-
didn't manufacture this. If you didn't submit, then you can't make us take a blame for it.
Okay,
Have you submitted it? I mean, we're not going to be running around trying to find the right document and we have to keep quibbling about it.
all right. Chairperson, I think the condo technology is a general question. I thought it was a general question that was asked at the beginning.
No, no.
Okay.
Open your laptop, read about one contract, take us through one contract. We'll find our ways as to where that contract is. And just focus on that contract and tell us why it was, and we need specifics. Now you're no longer looking at the screen, you're looking at your own. So we really don't think we should be waiting for you to read your own screen.
Chair, can you get someone else? Because seemingly the CFO is not ready.
No, the CFO is not going to get away with it. This CFO is not going to get away with it. He's the one person who submitted this and he must give us the information.
I will get back to him.
Sorry?
Well, we'll get back to him because, yes, because it's wasting our time.
He is, but I'm telling you, he's not allowed to do what he's doing. Don't look at the screen, look at your own laptop and read what is there and tell us what's happening.
Chairperson, I'm looking for this, the report that is.
Look at what is on the screen, read what you have in your own laptop.
Maybe CFO, you can start with the one that appear on top. Maybe because it's the one that is you are seeing.
No, let's not get to too many things. You have something on your screen, talk about it.
What do I have? Chairperson, I've got this, the Excel spreadsheet that was emailed yesterday, which is what was highlighting various
No.
territories.
No. Read what contract has been renewed several times and explain why, what it is for, why you had to do it, and give us the specifics.
On my list, this first one is corporate services in the list. that
No,
I have.
listen, don't play around. You look, I think you're actually trying to filibuster now. Okay, let's take it back. We asked for this presentation to be made. You read corporate services and we asked for details and you said you don't have the details because it's not your department.
Okay,
Now, we then said those who come from that department must come and give us the answers. They can't find the one on corporate. So we say, okay, there's your section here, which is budget and treasury. Give us what is in that was, that's your department. Now you can't turn around and now take us back to the, you're not going to sit here and filibuster.
thank you, Chairperson. I'm looking at what, the spreadsheet that starts with SCM 2106S. Is that the correct one? All right. It's got here maintain and service the Nelson Mandela Bay 10 key electricity prepayment. So this one is a service rendered by a service provider called Condo, which I was responding to when there was a general question that there is a contract that started from 2022, 1st of April, and it ended on the 31st of March, 2025. It had the deviations approvals that are listed here from the 1st of April 2025 to 30th April 2025. And then another one up to October 2025. So in this one, there must be about 2 deviations. The deviation ended on the 30th of October, Chairperson, 2025. This is the one where the honorable member was asking a question about a contract that is current. I have emailed the current contract which replaces this deviation. So there is an existing contract currently for this service provider and for the service that they have done. The contract was as a result of going out on tender following the procurement processes, but there was just a delay in concluding the procurement processes. Hence, there came a deviation, Chairperson.
Sorry, how many times has it been? When was the first time the contract was put up?
According to the to this column, there were 2 instances where we extended per deviation.
That's what
There
we
were
want.
only
Just
2
explain those. No,
deviations.
those 2, just explain those.
Yes, on column H, it shows the date. It was a deviation just for 1 month from the 1st of April 2025 to 30th April 2025. And then another one from 30th April to 30th October 2025.
Okay.
So
The question is, what were the reasons?
during that time, Chairperson, the procurement processes was not concluded. During that time, when there were requests to deviate, the procurement processes were not concluded. So that
Okay.
was the reason.
That's fine. Now let's take the question. Who asked about the contour? Was that Van Sale?
Yes.
All right, Van Sale, we start contour, and then we've got more hands about contour.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry. So on contra, I've asked if there was a valid contract in place and it was said yes, and that he has then sent it to Shireen, who will send it to us. And I asked how much money has been paid over to Contour. He also said that he'd share that to Shireen in all the years. So yeah, I think that's where I would leave Contour for me for now. Thank you.
Okay, let's start with the hands. Yes, Honorable Kupela.
Thank you, Chair. Could we be briefed on the contract value? This 3 million, what does it mean? Was that 3 million when the contract was awarded? Was it 3 million a year? Is 3 million the value of the total contract? Is 3 million including the deviations? What was the story there?
Thank you, Honorable Wali. Then Matuna.
Chairperson, from this spreadsheet, this deviation was not twice, but 3 times. So can the CFO check the accuracy of the answer? And also the reason for the deviation. You say here on the spreadsheet is the impractical, it's impractical to go to tender. Different from what you've just explained to the committee now, as the reason why for the last deviation. As you say, this service provider still has an existing contract with the municipality. What is it that they are doing in the municipality that is so specialized that you can't get other people to do it? Thank you.
No, thanks, Chair. I think also one, I noted that the extensions are 3. Chair, I'm not sure. I want to check if the reason says that at that time the tender was still in process. One, the first gap is that it means they have inadequate contract management, because I would assume that they would have started the processes normally 6 months before the contract were to expire. Now I want to check. So the tender delayed for more than close to for a year. Is that what he's saying to us? And can we reconcile the reasoning that we are being given vis-a-vis the reason that is written down here? Because they don't mean the same thing. And Chair, because I think we will need to assist the mayor when she lives here. I think she has a lot of work that she will have to do, charging people when she goes back. Because if there's a person that works for contract management, they are responsible for telling the user department we in 6 months towards the ending of the contract, so that there can be an advertisement, a tender process can be started, an award can be made before the contract awards. Usually, when you when you extend because the tender, because the tender process is not being completed, it's usually a maximum of 3 months. I don't get, there's no reconciliation between the explanation that we're getting vis-a-vis the explanation that is written here and the normal practice.
Okay, let's get the response. We'll come back to Mwali, to Fagu and this Kosan. Sorry, what did I say? Sorry, I already gave one. Sorry. Sorry. We should now call him Matala. You see. Yes, CFO.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me clarify, I think, Honorable Becker, the question about the value. The value that we will demonstrate here, it's an estimated value of a contract using what was the original contract. You indicate it as a contract value. And the expenditure will then be incurred but limited to a value. If you are to go beyond that value, there's another process that we follow. So that is indicated becomes what is called a contract value.
No, it will come a bit later. Let's finish the responses. We'll come back.
Contract value. The reason of being impractical, Chairperson, I don't want to read all the reasons, but there are about 5 reasons that you can in
Read
terms
them.
of the regulations.
No.
Okay.
We're not reading the regulation, we're reading the specific.
Okay. So this impracticality, which is written here, it is because at that point you are going through a tender process, which you have not concluded, and you need the services to continue so that the services are not interrupted. You get a request or you make a request, and that request, Honorable Member, goes to a BAC when you want to apply for a deviation. The process we follow is to go to a deviation, making a recommendation to an accounting officer. So impracticality is resulting from that. Number 2, what services this service provider is rendering. One service, Chairperson, that it is rendering, the contracts that I have emailed are 2. One is for a contract of prepayment. If you want to go and buy electricity prepayment, we use their system. There's also an element of maintenance in their contract. So it's a prepaid system and also a maintenance agreement with them. Okay, delays in tendering process and the number of deviations. I may have added, Honorable Member, but you are correct. There are about 3 instances, but one was a short month because I think at that time we thought that we're gonna finalize a process. So hence a request was only for 1 month. There may have been instances where that delaying it further for us to be able to conclude it and contract it. But at that time, you need to have a service because you have got to sell prepaid electricity and that system has to be maintained. Thank you, Chair.
All right, let's start with Mandela and then get to Fagu and then come to Kosan. We'll get back to
Thank you, Chair. I think some of my questions have been answered. I just want to give this advice so that you all can take the same tune. Just don't speak in muendos. You see, you have very less follow-ups because still I'm not answered in terms of the reasons. Don't say this is what normally is the case. You say there were the contract towards the end, we had advertised on this date. That's why I want someone who knows. We advertised on this date. During the process of evaluation, we realized the contract came to an end. So what we did is that there was an application for 1 month because we thought we were going to finalize in the month. But again, the subsequent deviation is for 6 months. So what then happened that you projected you'd finish in a month and you could not? So just give us a full story. Then you will not have a single follow-up because it doesn't make sense to say that you extended for 1 month, you then extended for half a month, and then you extend it for 5 months after that. So there must have been something drastic that happened in between the month and the half month that led you to believing that no, we're not going to finish it another month. We need 5 months. Just give a full picture of the story. And also, in future, just don't do this cut and paste of saying, of putting one thing in practical to go to tender. Because what you are saying now correctly is in direct contradiction with what is written here. Because what is here means that you had not went on tender because of some reason. Thank you.
Thank you. Faku?
Thank you very much, Chair. What I want to check from the CFO is in relation to my first question. In relation to this particular tender, can you therefore, as CFO, be able to tell us if you really have a problem of contract management? That's one. And two, in relation to this tender, are you able to tell us if there are any corrupt practices that have been masked in this chop and changing? The last one is as a manager, can you be able to account for this poor management that would allow you in a situation that you articulate now, where you anticipate that you will be through with the procurement processes within a month and then later on? Because there is a lot that might be happening there. Can you convince us on what should we do in terms of the consequence management as it affects you? Thank you.
Honorable Skosana?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'm sorry that I went out a bit, but if perhaps I'm repeating the same thing, I hope that I haven't answered as yet. These deviations, because there's a lot, Chair, here. There's a lot of deviation. In fact, it reminds me of the Tembisa saga. Because it's like, you know, the people there, they were using the system of what they call it, the quotations in a way. But this time here, I mean, I'm seeing 3 times. There's another one, 13 times, Chair. 13, 1, 3.
No, let's deal with this one, because we're going to reach the 13 one.
Oh, let's deal with this one in particular.
Just this one only.
Because for me, it's like, it's the same modus operandi here.
No, but
That the deviations.
Yeah, let me just say it here. What we want, they are going to account for every time they changed, they're going to account for that.
Now, thank you, Chair. And as well, what I picked up as well, Chair, here, I'm not sure whether it's the same, but I think it's the same. The issue of the BEE as well. When I look, as you said earlier, about the directors, there's directors here. Well, perhaps it's an issue of the supply chain management, or the specific management there, to say, I'm looking at the directors, I'm looking at the deviation, I'm looking at the value. No, Chair, I think we have to get answers here. Thank you, Chair.
All right. I think you had
Yes,
one
Chair.
follow-up. Yeah.
The answer that we got was the 3 million is the more or less amount. Now, I was going to ask you, Chair, is it possible to get the amounts that have been paid? If you could possibly request for us that we get a list of the amounts that have been paid to all of these companies, because I'm sure it would be a quick search, and we'll get it while we sit here, so that we can see that this 3 million that's written here, is it the actual amount that was paid? Because we're not being told that, yes, it is the exact amount. We're being told it's a roundabout or more or less figure. We can't be working with more or less figures. We need to know how much these people were paid. Because by the looks of things, it looks like these people are being kept on the system because some of these officials and some of these political figures within the municipality are benefiting from these things. And that's why they don't want to get rid of them. So could we get figures, Chair, with each of these contracts, how much they've been paid to date since the first contract, the initial start of the contract, until now, or whenever the contract ended? That would have been my request, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, let's respond.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Mandela, you made me think, and you are correct. It was not just only a extension of a deviation for the sake of it. I think what also I didn't explain, Chairperson, is that in a process of an award, there comes something called objections or appeal. And that objections or appeal also take its own time. When a service
Okay,
provider.
okay.
Uh,
All right, let me just to call it one last time. I don't want you to quote the regulation. I don't want you to give us a theoretical situation. I just want to know what happened on this one. So let's not talk about, if you drive along the road, you might come across an accident. No, we're not talking about that. What happened to you? And in this case, let's be specific. So otherwise, what's causing a problem now is if we wander away, we won't have to keep interrupting and coming back with questions. This is number one, we're going to 22.
Sorry, Chairperson. In this one, there was also an objection. So a process could not be concluded until the objection or appeal was concluded. Hence, we saw in 1 month, we applied for a month of an extension through a deviation, but that could not work because there was still an appeal that was continuing. If I go further on the questions asked by Honorable Ndamase, I cannot say, Honorable Ndamase, there are no problems on contract management. Supply chain management is always something that we are having a problem with, but it is not, it is not only supply chain as in supply chain unit, but institutionally. In terms of supply chain unit, we are even now capacitating supply chain management subdirectorate with warm bodies.
No, Chair, that's not my question. My question is specific. On this contract, can you therefore say as CFO, there is contract management problem?
Thank you, Chairperson. On this specific contract, yes, because there was an extension. And there was an extension not once through a deviation. So yes, there was a problem.
Okay.
Okay. Any corrupt practices, Chairperson, I'm not only going to be able to respond and say there were, in case, that can be investigated to determine whether there was any corrupt activity. Consequence management.
So you are not aware?
I am not aware,
Yeah,
Chairperson.
okay, let's leave it at that.
Okay. Any consequence management? I cannot comment on that. I do not know if there is consequence management that needs to be undertaken, but I guess an investigation, if there is an investigation required, will determine so. Request the amounts broken down. We can try and source that information, Chairperson, on a contract by contract basis. Our system is able to do so, but to give an expenditure per contract that we can also provide. Thank you.
All right, we're going to the next question now. Yes.
I'm only coming through because this is the first of the 20-something. And this guidance is so that it's applicable across. I still have follow-up questions on what you are saying because you are still not providing a full response. For example, if you say there was an objection, at which point of the deviation was the objection? Because if you have an objection and it means you have awarded and there's an objection, the idea is that you'll go on month to month because you don't know when it's going to be resolved. But you wouldn't go for 5 months, put a deviation that is, because you're anticipating that in 5 months that objection would have not been addressed. But if you give us a full response, to say we had awarded by the 1st of April or we awarded in February 2025, and then there was an objection. Then we made a deviation for 1 month to accommodate the objection, and then it was not resolved. Then you give us timelines and dates. It will make sense. Just do that in your first response. Give us a full story of when the tender ended, why there was a deviation, why was there a second one, and so forth. Then we are going to have lesser follow-ups. Thank you.
No, thanks, Chair. Chair, the first thing I think Honorable Madlala covers me. That can we at least get the following in response to this answer? Can we get when the advert to issue a tender to award, because there must be advertisement for award? When was it given? When was the objection submitted? Usually objections, Chair, they are locked within 10 days, and they take about 10 to 30 days to complete, to deal with them. Now, I don't understand why they took 7 months. That is why that can we get that, not that advert, according to a tender, you need to advertise before you award someone, to say we've went through the process, this is the person that we are awarding. Then other service providers can then lodge complaints or appeals based on that. Can we get the date for that? That is supposed to be public, something that we can also verify for ourselves publicly. So can we get the dates for that? If they say that there was objection, they must just provide us with date. This is the information that they need to have with them readily available to say there was an objection this date, we dealt with it from this date to this date, and why it took 7 months. And lastly, Chair, why they don't know the contract value of their extension? It raises red flags. How do you extend someone's contract and you don't know how much you are extending it for? Can they help us with that as well?
Okay.
So that when we deal with the rest, it will be easy. They will know that they must just give us a reason, give us an amount that all these objections, all these extensions they did, and give us specifics so that we don't come back with follow-ups again and again and again. We know the process, unfortunately, as them as well. Thank you.
Just please ensure that the next managers who are going to respond, CM, the next managers must take these issues into account so we can proceed and not deal with preliminaries. Okay, Mwale and then Fansay.
No, thank you, Chairperson. Maybe to emphasize on the issue of the amount paid to date, it's going to be very important because you would find that the amount reflected on these spreadsheets are amounts of the contracts initially at the time when the contract was awarded. But you'll find that we are sitting with the contract that has tripled or doubled or more to date because of these deviations. So it's a misrepresentation if we are sitting with an amount of the contract at the time when it was awarded initially. But now that there's maybe we're going to a contract where there's been several deviations, you'd find that this amount has tripled or I don't know. So then it's very important that they give us the amount they've paid on this contract to date. Thank you.
Fansay.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just quickly for the CFO, just a very quick answer and then I'll follow up. On that spreadsheet, CFO, it says 2022. So that's that the first time the municipality has ever gotten into any tender with Contour Technologies? It's just the yes or no before I ask the question. On the spreadsheet, it says there in the first column 220401, and I'm asking the CFO because I heard him earlier. Was that the first time? I heard him earlier say something and I'm a bit worried.
Just hold on. Was that the first time?
Chairperson, for the specific contract that we are talking to, it was the first time.
And for the company?
For this service provider.
For this service provider, it was the first time.
It was the first time for this contract and for this service provider.
Okay. All right, let's get.
Chairperson, I've got which I'll share to our committee WhatsApp group of contractors early as 2016 with Contour. Thank you.
All right, Ndolo.
No, thanks, Chair. Chair, I would like actually to get a paper tray. So in terms of these objections, how many companies objected? When? How many, in terms of resolving those objections, whether those objections were resolved? After they were resolved, could it happen that actually even objections resolved, but the processes still continues in terms of the Section 36 appointment after objections were resolved. So if you could take us that, to get that information, because that could also assist the reason for section 36, and then why, when was the objection, how many companies objected, so to be able to see whether there are people who are doing their job or they're not doing their job. Thank you, Chair.
CFO?
Chair, I may not have some specific responses as I'm sitting here, like giving the dates of the objections, the companies that objected. But in this one case, there was one service provider that competed with this service provider, and there was that one objection. But I don't have the specific date as to when was it. I can source the information and provide the committee, and also provide the committee with the outcomes of the appeals authority committee, because once there is an objection, it goes to that structure for the structure to take a decision.
Continue with the other answers.
Okay. As I'm saying, I don't want to place incorrect information on record, Chairperson. For instance, asking the question about when the advert was advertised for this contract to replace the one that we deviated on. I may not have specifics right now, but as I'm saying, I can source that information and it be provided to the committee. The contract value is an estimated value for that period. The total contract of that the tender for a period of 36 months may have been greater than 3 million rand if you are looking at 36 months, Chairperson.
No.
Okay.
No. You see, what you must move away from is a lecture or a debate. It may have been, it may not be. Just be specific. Is it 3 million? If you say you don't know, we know you don't know. But don't create an impression that you've given us an answer when we haven't. So try and come back.
Thank you so much.
Specific, not generalities, specific to this one. We're not talking about the rest.
All
We're
right.
talking about this one.
Chairperson, I do not have a full answer to say the value of the contract was this much. So I do not
In other
know
words,
until
yeah.
I get the information.
Yeah, so you're accepting what the members are saying, that this might just have been an indicative value of what the contract might be.
Yes.
But if you were to take the breakdown of payments done and the status of the contract now, you might find that it's no longer 3, but it's 15 million.
That's correct, sir.
All right. Now that's what the members are saying. And I want us to be clear that we're gonna need that information. It may no longer be necessary for us to keep asking for it, except we need all of this now to be on record as the information that needs to be brought to us. So let us say, Mayor, on top of this information that is here, and I do want you to make notes because I don't want us to keep doing a to and fro situation. We need specific explanation for each time there was a deviation, so that we don't have to guess what has happened. And we also need specifics, the contract date of advertisement, the conclusion of the bid process, and the reasons for the delay, so that we don't have to keep quibbling on the matter. And Honorable Maduna was correct. Objections come when someone has been awarded. Now, it doesn't quite sound like it's the same thing we're explaining here. So that we need that. Then the breakdown of the payments to date for each of these for each of these companies, and then the rest of the paper trail that's been reported, that's been responded about, that there was an objection, how many companies, what was the outcome, and all of that. You need all of that, because from where we sit, these contracts are abnormal. And if they're abnormal, each one of them needs to be explained and justified. So conclude your comments, and then let's take the next one. conclude, CFO?
Chairperson, I thought I have concluded the comments.
You want to delve into the BEE issue?
The issue of the BEE is part of when we do a tender process, it's part of a scoring as well, and it's got points attached to it when we go out on tender.
Chair.
But we're gonna end up with one or two approaches here. Either we're gonna have to outline the approach to the end, or because it's taken us 45 minutes, not just the one. Okay, and we've got a number of 22 of them to go through. All right, Honorable Mandela.
Thank you, Chair. I apologize. I'm not going to be speaking.
No,
this
no,
long
we
on-
are going to have to face the reality
Yeah,
of the
But
time that it takes.
I want the CFO, I don't accept the answer that this 3 million may have been, might have been. Someone developed this document. It's acceptable that you may say, I don't know the true value of what the actual cost became. But you have to know where you got this 3 million from. You must be able to say, this 3 million is the projected value of deviation, or the projected value of the full contract. But you cannot seem like you don't even know where this 3 million comes from. It might be this, or it might be, I don't think that is fair, because someone did this presentation, put these figures here, and knew what these figures, mean. They may not mean what we're saying, but you should know that, no, this 3 million, as well as when we go down, this 15 million was the projected value of the deviation. How much was actually spent? I'll go and find out and come back. But you cannot know what these values are. It's unacceptable.
Okay, Matuna.
No, quickly, Chair. I think it's important that we correct the municipality. The first time the municipality actually awarded this company contract was on the 4th December 2015. They awarded the contract under the same heading, same everything. I would assume that this contract has been running since then. The contract, even when it was awarded, it was noted that this company did not attach its BEE certificate. These are bid adjudication minutes that I'm reading from 2015. So this company has always had problems with BEE. So to say from the municipality to say that this was the first time in 2022 going to contract with them is incorrect and is equal to misleading Parliament. Thank you, Chair. And I think if we are to move forward and move fastly, we'll need to be honest with each other.
Okay, Nilme, we'll come to you.
No, thank you, Chair. I want to concur with my colleague here. I think we all come from municipalities. The CFO signs every single deviation. It either goes to him first before it goes to city manager, or it goes to city. Basically, the CFO knows and signs all the deviations. I think I know that. And in fact, I've yet to find an official that does not know the contracts in a municipality. And listening to what has transpired here today, it is really, really strange that we do not get clear answers, because I know from past experience of 20 years in local government, officials know the contracts and especially deviations. Thank you.
Yes, Francis.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, as you said, there are 22 of these that we will have to go through. And if you allocate half an hour, that's 11 hours. We will be frustrated for 11 hours more just to deal with this. And by looking at the first line, I would propose that they take this back, they fix it, and they bring us something proper to deal with at a later stage, because we will have a discussion for 45 minutes on each of these, and it'll be exactly the same thing. Thank you.
Before we get to that, here is this letter to the acting manager from the Chief Financial Officer, Nelson Mandela Bay Municipality. The purpose, 7th December 2015. The purpose of this report is to request the acting municipal manager to approve the recommendation of the bid adjudication committee dated 7th December 2015 for the appointment of Contour Technology Pty Ltd in respect of SCM 1620 stroke S maintenance and service support for the Nelson Mandela Bay Municipality. That's a letter in the municipality. So why did you tell us 2022 was the first time?
Chairperson, can I explain that the first contract that I was reading, it's SCM 2106. I was saying it is a contract that started on the 1st of April 2022. I was not saying it was the first time that the service provider was being used.
You see, what you mustn't do is to just lie out, straight outward like that. I had to get in to ask the question, is it the first time for this contract? Is it the first time for this service? And you were insisting, you had to say it twice because it was asked earlier by Honorable Van Zyl. And you insisted that no, this was the first time we had this contract. Now you see, it's taken 4 people to comment on this thing to get to this point until somebody sends, now I've got this. Somebody has sent us to say, no, that's not true. So why would you want to do that?
Chairperson, my real humble apology. My understanding was that I was talking to this specific contract. I may have erred in understanding that you are asking as to when the service provider actually started working for the municipality. I was only referring to the SCM number that I was presenting or I'm presenting.
No, but this house has been saying, over and over again, it is abnormal that you have got contracts that have been renewed continuously over a long time, and we want you to account for each and every time you have done a deviation. Now, in the first instance, your submission here is wrong. It shouldn't have been 2022. It should have been 2015 if that was the first time. And the fact that you have actually put us to 2022 means we're trying to hide that there was a earlier activity. It's the same contract, it's the same service. Why would you not disclose the fact that it was 2015 and not 2022? Was evergreen for us has been, they've been going on for many years, getting renewed, and we wanted to know why. And now we decided to discount the period. Why are we discounting the period? Because the issue is, from where we sit, this matter is about how long we have actually had one service provider and keep renewing. And that's a problem. Now we ask you a question directly, and you decide to tell us a lie. Why would you do that?
Chairperson, I have apologized and I have explained that I was talking about a contract that started in 2022 April for this particular case, not talking about the history as to when the service provider started working for the municipality.
Which means all of these are actually wrong. We have not gone to exactly when they started for the first time.
As service providers, Chairperson, we may have missed that. We may have to go back and check whether there were instances before.
Okay, let's get Gupega and then Mtolo and then Skosana. And then
Thank you, Chair. If I'm hearing and understanding the CFO correctly, is he basically saying that this same Contour Technologies was appointed for something else before in 2015? For a certain contract, if they were appointed for something else, what was that they were appointed for? If it's a different contract to this one, because this one is maintain and service the Nelson Mandela Bay Municipality 10-key electricity prepayment online vending services. What was the other contract for? And then maybe, Chair, the mayor and the deputy mayor are very quiet on these issues, and I believe that they know about them. Could we also possibly get comments from them regarding this issue? Because I don't believe that they, as the accounting authorities here, should be quiet regarding something like this, Chair. Thank you.
the question was asked before. we actually said that let's get the CFO to deal with the issue. We'll come back to that. Well, somebody raised the question before to say that somebody should have remembered about this. We will come back to the mayor and the CM and the CM. Honorable Mtolo, Honorable Ms. Kosan, and then Honorable Mkhalifi.
Yeah, no, Chair,
So,
for me,
Pansy, do you have your hand up again? Okay.
no, Chair, for me was to support Honorable Van Zyl. This is a bad start. There are a lot of issues here. You know, if actually the CFO could start like this, for me, it's really a bad start. So it leads to me, it makes me not to trust this list, the whole process, you know. So I don't think that it's okay to proceed on a list that even the CFO is not sure in terms of answers. You know, there could be mistakes, genuine mistakes, or maybe there could be a lot at stake here. So I think for us as this committee chair is to give the municipality a chance to go back. If this be, they must come back. Because this thing of Section 36, these deviations, you know, it's a serious problem because they are being abused. It's like, you know, a lot of corruption with regard to this. So we're not going to take it lightly, Chair. So I think for us to do justice on the issue is to actually allow the municipality to go back and come back to us, having actually done their research, so that when we ask them about these deviations, they give us straight answers. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable,
Thank you.
Honorable Mkhalifi, sorry, it's Kosan and then
Thank you.
Mkhalifi.
No, thank you, Chair. I think Honorable Mtolo, and he just summed it up. I wanted to second Ms. Van Zyl on this matter. Otherwise, we're gonna sit here for until tomorrow. Because, Chair, there's a lot of things which one is picking up here. And indeed, we have a serious problem. The letter which you just read for us now as well. Don't want to go much into it, but really, Chair, there's serious issues here which has to be resolved. And I think because we have a lot of former mayors as well here, you know, the beauty about this committee, there's a lot of former mayors, their experience as well in terms of how things are supposed to be done. And I hope as well, they are not going to be called in the next ad hoc committee to account as well. But I guess that, Chair, the Van Zyl has summed it up. Let me just put it like that, because we won't be able to finish this tool today. There's a lot of gray areas here. You know, this request for proposal, these deviation issues, Chair, I mean, I'm shocked. But because I'm sitting at SCOPA, you know, Chair. Yeah, thank you, Chair. Let me put that, but we have bullet vest that I can show you. Thank you, Chair.
Yes,
Okay.
Chairman.
Khalid.
Yeah, I think your earliest suggestion is your hand up, Deputy.
Is your hand up? Don't take it up, put it down, because you are not, this round of question goes to the members. When it's time for the municipality to answer, we'll call you. So please don't put it up again.
Okay, Chair, I was saying that I support your earliest suggestion that let us have a different approach to deal with it. It's obvious we're not going to get answers. Secondly, it's obvious that the municipality is not ready to give us answers. Maybe we can call them again specifically on this matter with clear answers. But before that, Chair, I want to get a comment from the MPEC Chair because he's here. So many members are saying, no, it can't be if it's a lot because we see what is happening here. But normally, ordinarily, the MPEC will deal with such issues because since he's here, please, can we get a comment from him specifically about this particular issue, Chair? Thanks.
I want us to close comments, members. Okay, Honorable Fagu and Honorable Mwali, let's close. All right, let's move
Chair.
those the last. Okay.
Thank you very much, Chair. We at least we have been here for the whole day, and we know the quality of the answers that we have received in this meeting, starting from the morning until now. And therefore, it makes sense that we direct the municipality to go back. I agree with the honorable members, but the fact of the matter is, it is not a question of giving them sufficient time. It is a process of also giving them time to do an introspection if they think they are going to succeed by stonewalling. Thank you very much.
Chair, from this document, as I said, there's some misrepresentation here. So they must go back and enrich this document so that it give us a proper story. Because if you read this document, you see contour here, you can easily say it started working with the municipality in 2022, which is not the case. It started actually in 2015 to date, because it still has an existing contract, even after 2025. That is why we have this session to deal with these contracts that have been going on for many, many years. We want to really get to the crux of the issue. Why these contracts are going on like this for so many years. Because there was an indication when we went on oversight in October that there are officials who are behind some of these suppliers and some of these service providers with the municipality. I'm not sure why the officials are trying to hide and trying to, put around the bush now. We have to do a lot of work to get to the answers, of which now we are not going to end up with the correct answers and how to really assist with the situation if they are taking this approach. Because they should give us a proper picture that this service provider has worked with the municipal for 20 years. We need to know that, so that we know really what is it that is this service provider providing the municipality so special that for the past 20 years without a PE certificate has been working with the municipality. We want to get to the crux of the issue. Who are these people here? Because there are people behind this thing, and the officials are hiding this thing from the committee. You are getting another chance now. Go and enrich the document and give us a picture of what is happening. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. No, wait, let's just get the last comment.
There's a very serious information that has just got in here.
All right, we'll come back. Let's finish with.
No, thanks, Chair. I'm not worried about the information that we've just got in. No, thanks, Chair. Chair, I see the extensions. Really, the document is a misrepresentation, ma'am. And we ask that when you come back, at least make sure your officials prepare a proper document. For instance, you did 3 extension. The first extension was worth 3.1 million. The second one was worth 1.5 million. The third one was worth 1.3. Which means the extensions alone costed the municipality about 5.8 million. You then went further. When you awarded this person a contract, you awarded this person a contract of 42 million in 3 years. So can we get these details in this document?
Which one are you talking about?
This contract, they then awarded him. Yes, this one. They then awarded him a formal contract. This contract that was speaking about.
Okay.
They then awarded him a contract for 3 years for 42 million.
Wait. No, just round up and close.
Now, I'm saying that, can we get the mayor to make sure that when they come back with proper documents that has correct amounts, because these are public. Unfortunately, these are documents that are for public knowledge. That's how MFMA was designed. So can we be given documents that are accurate? can we be given the whole information that we are asking for so that we'll be able to assist the municipality to ensure that it gives people services that they are supposed to get? This contract, for instance, relates to electricity. Our people, they are crying that they are being charged things that they don't know in the electricity. Can we be given proper documents? Thank you, Chair.
All right, look, it looks like members want to start this matter all over again. Honorable Mtola? No, let's leave
There's a
it.
joke here. So I've just been informed that this contract was renewed on Christmas Eve.
Sorry?
On Christmas Eve, this contract was removed on Christmas Eve. Renewed on Christmas Eve. Is it true?
Well, now, look, members. Honorable Francis.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think also, you know, the Parliament is a serious institution that should be respected. And I think we need to really venture into starting to use our available resources to us, that when Parliament is misled, that there's serious consequences, because we've been speaking about this misleading of Parliament, but we've not ourselves taken consequences on those that do, and it needs to be made some serious examples of. So I think I would also implore you, Chairperson, to find out exactly what is our avenues, that when we as Parliament is misled, so that we can deal with people. Thank you.
Can we have the MPEC chair?
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. I think the question is very straightforward. I want to put it on record that this item was never sent or served in MPEC. However, I want to say as well that in Nelson Mandela Bay, we had a difficulty of officials who are not sending items through MPEC. It's on record that MPEC has been crying that officials are not sending. If an item finds a way in MPEC, and then we questioned it, we interrogated it, and we send it back for more information, it will take long time to come back again to MPEC to interrogate it. So we have got that particular challenge where we see that there is resistance, but fortunately, in the leadership of Mr. Ngoko, we see Noko, they are starting to come and bringing the items. So we had that resistance in Nelson Mandela. Unfortunately, this particular item never served in MPEC. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, you would have noted that I raised my hand about 45 minutes ago. But I understand the processes now as you explained it to us.
No, don't even object.
Yeah.
You only answer the questions when we are asked.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Chair, it's a pity the honourable member left now.
No, again, you've got a full house. You want to complain about one man who is gone.
No,
You are talking, the chair is chairing, the members are here. Everything is for the benefit of the committee. Please focus on your answer and your comment.
Thank you, Chair. Chair. The questions were very straightforward from the honourable members. Chair, we're looking at the one line now. I thought it's going to be quick. I think we were on the same wavelength. But as I listened to the questions, and I think it's an honourable member at the back who said that this looks like a Tembisa matter here. Chair, if Shireen can just zoom out a little bit out of the spreadsheet. If you look at this spreadsheet, it points to one thing only. We can go around and ask questions, 1,000 questions here tonight. That alone tells you that there's something seriously wrong. And I have stood up in council many times that there's something wrong with the contracts management in our municipality. And I would go further, Chair. Let's drill down. Let's find out. Let's get external companies to come investigate what is going on here, because we've been asking the whole time. Contracts lapse all the time. Then all of a sudden we can't fix potholes, and we demanding answers, but it's not coming. So I share the frustrations of the members in this house, Chairperson. I understand the serious business here. We're not here to play. I see this committee as wanting to assist us as a metro. We are all elected. I would like to see a better Nelson Mandela Bay at the end of all this. And when we come back, let us not come back with our own information. If it's not internal audit that can do it, let's get an external company to come and look at what's going on here. I don't want to waste anybody. I respect this committee 100%. Serious business. Let's get to the bottom of this. Let us come back with verified information you can trust, because I don't want to be sitting here and be laughed at by the honorable members.
Okay, can I ask you one question?
Yes, you may, Chair.
And now, this address is more suitable for you telling your council. What have you done?
Chair, like I said in just now, I've brought it up in council. There is something seriously wrong in SCM. We've got with our section 154 support, we managed to get an SCM specialist. But before that, we also had an SCM specialist. But it's just not coming right, Chair. Things are not happening the way it should be happening.
Chair.
All right. No follow-ups. Let's hold it. Speaker, do you want to comment?
No comment, Chair.
CM?
Especially when it comes to these contracts that appears here, I really would not like to comment in terms of what the Deputy Executive Mayor just said.
So, CM?
Because these are the items.
Yes. Municipal Manager.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, we have a problem. In particular, in supply chain management. That deals with contract management. And also we've got a problem in the fleet system. Those are the two sections that are causing a nightmare. If you ask me what makes me not to go and sleep at night, those are the two areas while I'm acting. I requested assistance from the Executive Mayor, and he has agreed in terms of putting forensic investigation in both sections. That's all what I can say.
Do you ask for that, Pepish?
It was early in January this year, on around, I think the 14th of January.
Get the proposal of the members, what we need to do, and where do you stand on that? Conclude this matter. The members have made a proposal. What is your stand on that?
I support that proposal that has been made by the members, all the deliberations that they've made, that we've got a problem and we need assistance. We do have section 154 support, but that support will not pin down on the issues that we're experiencing.
That we're talking about is available. So how quickly can you come back?
Chair,
I'm not talking forensic, I'm talking what we want.
yes. Chair, I can attempt to get the information, but the issue that will be confronting me in getting that information that is required by the committee is the issues that relates to record management. Whether the information that is required from 2015 or 2016, I'll be able to collect it within a week or two. So I still have to go back and dig the information that is required by the committee.
Mayor?
Thank you very much, Chair. We commit to come back. Chair will collect the information and come back to the committee with the necessary information. But I think, Chair, let me share with the committee that we did an analysis with COCTA members, which we sought for under Section 154. In fact, before we brought them in, we identified the hotspot areas that need support. Your budget and treasury area, supply chain in particular at budget and treasury, and also in terms of the preparation of finances. And as well, we sought for engineering support and electricity so that we are able to balance the service delivery in the municipality. And on top of that, we in January signed the proposal that we must get a forensic company in, and it's in place at supply chain and at fleet management. This is because there are serious abnormalities when it comes to the contracts on both areas, and even from the fact that we have appointed a new director in December for supply chain, things have not turned better. For us, there are still delays in the processes, whether it's contract management or around the appointment of service providers whilst the contract has been complete. So there are many areas which we can't account for. And when we do the oversight on these departments, especially at supply chain, we are deemed to be having an interest. When there is no such, we are wanting the municipality to operate fairly on and competitive in all these contracts. But we are not going to tire. We're going to come back with us having a proper report. I must also, committee should note that deviations were seated in the last financial year at 157. We've brought them down to 87 because we've insisted to 87. No. The number of deviations in the municipality were 172. So we've brought them down to 87 because there was a clear instruction that each department must account on the deviations they have. And as well, we managed to bring them down. On top of that, under these deviations, we are still insisting that there must be no improper extension. They must go and advertise because it's a way of trying to minimize the inefficiencies in the system and unfair competition when it comes to the tenders. So, Chair, I commit that we are going to come back with the information you require. Thank you.
Okay, members, we're not starting the discussion afresh. All right, let's start Mkhalipi.
No, I thought the leadership will comment on what the MPEC chair is saying, because it's very serious what the MPEC chair is saying. It's frustrated, it needs intervention, especially on the leadership of the municipality. Thanks, Chair.
So what are you asking?
The comment from the mayor or
On the MPEC chair?
Yes.
Okay, Madam.
Thank you, Chair. I want to just say to the chair of the MPEC and the deputy mayor, I've heard what you have not said. You are crying for an intervention. You seem very frustrated, and this is not going to end well for everybody involved. So what you need to do is to make that request of your frustration, put them down so that we can see how we get the SIU to come and investigate. I don't want us to take what you are saying lightly and say, oh, initially I was supporting that they must be going to rework on the document. At this point, I'm not there. I think there's going to be some fiddling of information trying to find what makes sense, which is not going to make sense. So I'm reminded of what happened with Mkwanazi, General Mkwanazi said before the police portfolio expressed that there's a problem and nothing happened. The portfolio committee did nothing. You've just said to us, come investigate us. The deputy mayor is saying, I don't even trust our own internal process. Bring someone external. And you've said it on record on public television. We can't sit here and then say, that process, we trust that is going to come back with something else. But absolve yourselves by expressing and deducing your frustrations and writing. The MPEC chair is saying information has not been forthcoming. When we are sending it back, the reports are not coming back to us with appropriate information. Deduce all of that in writing as a form of a report to the MEC and to I would say to SCOPA or to the COCTA portfolio committee, but put those as supporting evidence of your frustrations, which will then form the basis of requesting the SIU to initiate an investigation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And I guess the mayor and the executive don't take this thing personal at all, because we have to account. I know that perhaps it might be robust here, but it's not personal. And my Honorable Mandela in Betet Commerce is saying to us that General Mkwanazi, we didn't do anything. We've done something, at least the country know what is happening. And today is evident that the frustration from the impact chairperson as well, for us to help you, otherwise this municipality chair would be put under administration. And we don't need that. We need to help you to run that municipality smoothly. It's not going to be an easy road. I mean, some people have passed on because they were whistleblowers of what exactly is happening in different municipalities. And I hope you're not going to transverse into that situation which we have already experienced in other municipalities. My last parting short, Chair, and I'm going to emphasize that it's not personal. Thank you.
All right, yes,
Thank you, Chair.
We're trying to close.
Yes, sir.
It looks like the members are newly inspired.
Yes, I think, Chair, there was a comment earlier, shortly after I arrived, that maybe some of the contractors here tend to threaten some of the people in the municipality when these contracts are about to end, and basically push them in a direction where they need to extend the contracts or else their lives are threatened.
No,
Could we get information about that?
What happened? When we were in the Wild Coast, we asked the MEC to comment on this matter. And the MEC is the one who said some of these contracts could not be terminated because in the process of doing so, there was a lot of threats and external pressure that was brought to bear. It was in this meeting. So proceed.
Okay, so Chair, I was going to request, I'm not sure who would be brave enough from the municipality side to share with the committee, share with you, Chair. They don't have to share it with us. Their frustrations and their issues and the issues surrounding those threats that they're receiving on their lives, if such exists. I think, Chair, you would be best placed to look into that, given your proximity to the relevant authorities. So if they could please furnish us with that information so we could move this thing. Otherwise, the likelihood is them giving us sufficient information will not happen. Thank you, Chair.
Honourable Lapus and then Sompa.
Thank you, Chair. No, it's not new inspiration, Chair. There was a referral made to request or SIU investigation, which I support. I actually also just want to ask, as part of the feedback that you're going to give us when you come back, to give us an indication of how many SIU investigations has been done in Nelson Mandela Bay since 2019, and how many of that has been completed, because if there's a few going on, and that's the way I understand it, to add another one, I'm not so sure if that will solve the problem, but that would give us an indication for the committee on our way forward. Thank you.
Honorable Samba.
Thanks, Chair. All I can say to the leadership of this metro, because we posed a lot of questions yesterday that we did not get response on. Maybe if they were noting or if they take us serious as they say they are, they must consolidate those reports when coming back. But also it must be a lesson to other incoming municipalities that arrogance is not gonna take us anywhere, because we are here as COPTA to make sure that we assist municipalities. We are not here to judge you, or we are not here to be hanged or sentenced. We are here because you are here today. You are called because we see that there is trouble in your municipality. So as we are trying to assist. So I will agree with the latter speaker who said that it's important that you write down. I know that frustration of raising your voice inside council, you are outnumbered. They say numbers are not numbering. Then you end up being defeated. But you were trying to warn them that these things that you're doing, they've got a shortcomings. So write down, whether you are alone or whatever. We know that we are watching news. We know that people are being killed these days for being bold enough to say, but enough is enough, because at the end of the day, you do not put yourself there, you are put by the community. And we are going for elections. What are you going to say to the people? Thank you very much.
Can we close at this point? The Honorable Labuskachne, there was a report which was tabled around the SIU investigations. So you have a look at that, and then let's pick your issue up afterwards. But let us indicate that there was a submission from the SIU of investigations that they are busy with. Then, Honorable Mayor, yesterday amongst the questions you were asked was something about the organogram of the mayor's office. Remember, there was at some point an argument about 3 secretaries, 2 secretaries, chief of staff, and a director, and all of that. And we were hoping that by now we would have got that. We didn't get it. And that's what the member is referring to. There was also supposed to be, but let me just say that whilst we are at it, your letter about your member, about your chief of staff, we have received. What we don't have is an explanation that you are going to give us with regard to the lack of response. And it kept shifting now from PA, and this in the evening we had to end up having to put up a call to the chief of staff, which was not satisfactory on its own. So we still don't have that information, except some snippets of things that were sent, not in a coherent report. So if we have to answer that question, you have to give us a proper report. Then we don't understand things out of context. But that letter on its own will only be useful if it's part of a report as to what has happened, and so what's your explanation? Now, if we just have a suspension letter and there's no proper explanation as to what's happening, it doesn't have much meaning, except that if you explain, as we do now, it's okay, except it's not complete because there were a few things that you were supposed to give us yesterday which didn't come through. When the member is raising that and we're saying we had actually said by 3 o'clock that information should have been brought to us, it wasn't. So we will need that. But let's come back now. Honorable Van said we wanted to close, and I want us to close. I want us to close because we can't continue this matter. The proposal of the way forward was given more than an hour ago almost.
Chairperson, it's on the suspension letters that you've just alluded to in this meeting that you've just told us about. I've got some information on that I'd like to share.
Okay, but we're not discussing it. I was,
You just mentioned it, Chairperson.
I mentioned it because I was indicating that there was outstanding information that they need to give us.
I have information, Chairperson.
Okay, let me hear your information, but that's not really what we're discussing now.
Thank you, Chairperson. I have in my possession actually a letter dated the 25th of March, which is today, signed by the Mayor to Mr. M. Lumka, who is the Chief of Staff, and it reads, intention to institute disciplinary proceedings and or invoke termination clause in respect of your contract with the institution. So she's today.
No,
I'll share it through the.
the mayor made that statement in the morning and sent us the letter. So we already have the letter. What we are referring to is the fact that the mayor was going to give us a report on what had happened, that she did not respond to our letters. And she was going to then follow that up and give us information by yesterday. And at that time, her argument was that there was a notice, a warning given to the PA by the Chief of Staff. And we then got the Chief of Staff on the line. We never got what we were asking for. In the morning, the mayor then says she found out that, in fact, the Chief of Staff had not done a written warning. And on that basis, she then felt she was misled and acted on the Chief of Staff with that letter and said she sent the letter. This was the first opening statement in the morning. In the course of that, my point is the Honorable Sompa says we raised certain issues, information we wanted, we did not get. And I'm elaborating on what information they didn't get because I wanted to say we need that information now before closing business. And that was the context of the issue. We're not reopening the matter. But let me come back to this point. I think the concern of this committee arises from the fact that there are numerous, and at this point, 22 contracts that have been recorded as evergreen contracts. It's a phenomenon that is abnormal in government procurement systems. And on that basis, we raised the issue in the previous meeting where we asked for the response, and the response was unsatisfactory. At that point, the MEC, when we asked the MEC why they had been quiet, and the MEC said they tried, but then there were also external pressures, threats, and resistance that interfered with the termination of this contract. And we did indicate that we will have to come back and get more details about that. So largely this meeting was supposed to give us more information in that regard. I may as well say that the first letter, which we sent in January to the mayor, was requesting, amongst other matters, this particular matter. And the second letter was also alluding to the same. And we needed to have discussed this issue, received this matter, this report by the 3rd of February early this year. Those are the deadlines that the mayor missed without acknowledgement or apology. And that was the reason why we were to discuss this issue yesterday. Now, when the presentation was given to us, it was woefully incomplete, inadequate. And therefore, we had to write another letter to ask for additional information. So what you are seeing about the information was because we actually had to ask for more information about these contracts. Then when we came in yesterday, a little bit more information had been added onto the presentation. But once we were here, we had to actually indicate to the CFO, to the acting city manager, that even then it was inadequate. That's why you hear about yesterday's version, because we didn't receive this list as it is now until the acting city manager came over and said, well, we've submitted this and we didn't receive it. But when we looked at it, it was still insufficient. So this would probably be the fourth or fifth time we're asking for more information on the same matter. Now, we have now clarified further information that we need, the details that we must have in a manner, as the members have said, must eliminate the need for probing questions on something that is preliminary information that should be made available to the committee. We have outlined those, and that's why I was asking this acting city manager whether he is following what actually will be needed, because we do not expect to remind them next time and find that it's inadequate still. So that was the reason. Now, a number of issues have actually been raised here. Let me just focus on the two aspects. The MEC and deputy mayor raising a concern that they have not had access, MEC having not had access to this information. Deputy mayor has raised the concern about this matter several times and could not get support in the council. Now the acting city manager says he has actually asked for authority or for permission to investigate this, and the mayor has agreed that that needs to be done. So one thing we can't doubt here is that this situation is a matter of serious concern. So we need to then, as the committees, joint committees, look at the question of the further investigation. There are three possibilities that have been raised. The one is by the municipality doing its own forensic. We will not interfere with that, and I think we need to respect that and leave it at that, and hopefully we'll get the report once it's done. Secondly, there's been a proposal of referring the matter for SIU to investigate. I think let's leave it for the committee to see how that can be processed. And thirdly would be, we still need this information that we have requested. Now that information needs to come here, well, that means that the Nelson Mandela Bay municipality will now have to come back to go through this issue, because we couldn't even finish number one. We still have about 22 of these that need to be interrogated. So that process is going to happen. So we will just need to agree on which date we will have that meeting to take place. But having said so, I think the committees, we need to explore, and probably we need to go by legal advice first. I'm just concerned about the way we have had to drag information out on members, misunderstand each other, and becomes contradictory. I'm not so certain that a process like that will take us forward unless we've got additional mechanisms to deal with it. So one of the issues that we have to now look at is whether we have a list of all the people who are going to be part of that discussion, that presentation particularly. We need some of the members who are not here to come and elaborate on the specifics of the contracts that we have actually asked that they should be tabled. Before the SCOPA members got here yesterday, we discussed this matter, and we indicated that the response of the mayor was one step short of us as committee sending summons to the municipality, to the mayor, to deliver certain information, as well as also to present themselves. I think we need to look at whether, in fact, for the next meeting, we will need that approach for purposes of ensuring that whatever information we have here is authentic, and that such information there is no quibbling about the way that we have done now. So that they have all the time, check, verify the information, and whoever comes here and elaborate on that information does so under slightly different terms, which means any information that would be found to have been directly misleading attracts a criminal charge. So we need to actually consider that, so that when we come back and discuss this issue, we discuss it in the context of us not having to be having the to and fro situation of having to keep asking basic questions and getting different answers on simple issues such as when did this service provider start to service the municipality? And then we seem to have misunderstood each other on a simple matter such as that. So we will not then make progress unless we can be assured that everyone who comes into this meeting is actually under obligation to stand by what they say, and if not, face that criminal charge which we would have to lay against the individual. So I want us to keep that in mind and consider it as we do the preparations. So with that, I'd like us to hold step out of this item and deal with the next item, but we would have to have adequate time to go through all of this. It looks to me probably a full day might be adequate, might be important, might be necessary to take us through this process. But that we will get to the bottom of these matters is not in question. And we will encourage the municipality to do whatever they can to actually start getting this matter corrected. The members who have raised here a few points here, that what we're dealing with here is not personal. What we're dealing with here is a manner of trying to get to help the municipalities to turn around and eliminate the problems of dysfunctionality and irregularities by ensuring that we strengthen accountability. This is where we are. And we will therefore insist that this matter must be tabled appropriately in the next setting. And so we will therefore be inviting the municipality when we've got the time time identified within the program. Let me leave it at that, honorable members. We have a matter which I'm not sure whether it would take us too long. However, we might, as I've indicated, we will not be able to close immediately. And maybe, let me just check. Do you have any? May I request that we take a short comfort break of about 20 minutes, and then we go over that side, and we have a lunch break. Yeah, there'll be some refreshments there. All of us are invited, and we should come back here at about 20 past. What did I say? Yeah, you're welcome. Yes. Please, you're welcome. All members are invited. Thank you. and give ourselves a maximum of 2 hours beyond which we cannot break. And look at how we can manage the issues as they are coming. Just need to check if we've got a full municipal contingent to take matters forward. Honorable members, particularly members of SCOPA, this is how we had looked at how we're going to deal with some of the issues. It was quite clear that we won't be able to get there to number 10 in 2 hours' time. Having been at it for the whole day and a half, we should just try and see whether we can deal with those that we can and give guidance in terms of how we're going to deal with the rest. So if we would focus on this MPDA for now and see how far we will go with it. And then we probably might want to just pull up the human settlement one, which could probably be a shorter one. And then we then face the subsequent, depending on how members want to deal with all of them. So I'm going to just request that the mayor and the team, if you can just make some comments on this one, and we let the members move on now. Just to confirm, SCOPA members, you have these reports, some of those attachments that relate to the MPDA. Is there any missing documents? You made sure everyone is fully, all right. That's fine then. The mayor will do opening remarks and the other members will add up, and then we'll take it from there.
Sorry, Chair.
Are you fine? Yes.
Chair, taking into cognizance the issues raised or identified with regard to this municipality, I understand that MPDA is on board. If I am correct, is it not advisable and proper that when we engage on the issue that affects MPDA, we also invite the board? I'm open for correction or advice whether we can do that as this portfolio committee. Why, Chair, I'm raising this issue is because I won't like a situation if actually as this committee issues are raised and you find that actually there'll be issues that will require the board to respond. And if that happens, or to find that the board is not here. And I don't want a situation whereby, Chair, we raise issues and then we'll have to actually delay or postpone issues because the municipality will have to go back and verify some of the issues with the board. So that's why actually I'm raising this issue because we have observed that this municipality has serious problems. Thank you, Chair.
You have a point. To the extent to which there would have been some presentation and comment, I would leave the mayor to make those comments and bring the matter back for members to evaluate how we might want to take it forward, taking into account some of those points that you are making. I think we need to just guide each other in terms of what we think would be the way around. It may be ideal that when that happens, we should actually be having specific individuals, but maybe all that the preliminary discussion might do is to identify the approach and then try and see if we can manage it from that point. So yes, your comment is valid. Let's just open it up and see what the members think, and then we can take it from there. Honorable Mayor.
Thank you very much, Chair. I wish to state in the committee that we did appoint the board. There's a new board in place of the MPDA, and how I would like to request the committee to rather deal with the matter with the board, as this matter of the suspension of the CEO, they have not formally reported to the city, as it was not their reporting period. So it's them that would adequately respond to those matters and developments around the MPDA better than us seated here at this stage. Thank you, Chair.
Is there anyone else who would wish to comment? I don't know that. I'm not saying that you do want, but I'm just giving you the opportunity, just in case. Okay. Sorry. Speaker. Yes, please.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I want to agree with the honourable member that instead of going back and fro, because as the executive mayor has indicated, the board has not informed the city formally that not suspended, that they fired the CEO. So it's better that it does not have to be the entire board chair, but the chairperson of the board to be invited at the next meeting, because we are going to have a meeting that will discuss the deviations. Thank you, Chair.
All right. Yes, Honorable Mandela.
No, thank you, Chair. I'm not in disagreement with the proposal, but I just want to understand that in preparation for this meeting, because I've got documents in front of me, in preparation for this meeting, did the council or the executive of council not sit with the board to go through their submissions? Because I want to believe that these documents were submitted to us through council, not through the board. So the board would have prepared them, sent them through to yourselves. So, and these become then your documents. When you send documents to us, you must own them. So I want to understand if that process would have not taken place. And I think as a matter of principle in relation to any other document that you'd have sent. Hence, I was also a bit uncomfortable about having to bring in junior staff to explain things that were part of your bundle, because I understand that you would have taken time at a prep meeting, sat down, tried to understand the issues from whoever had developed the document so that you come and speak to it.
You might respond. We should respond, Mayor.
Chair, we did not sit with the board because of the clutching dates. We wanted to have that meeting, but we could not. It could not be possible. As we were preparing to come here, We also had different competing meetings with ministers and MECs. So we could not have that particular meeting, but the information was available and explained well to our city manager by the chairperson of the board and the acting CEO. Thank you.
Okay. Just to clarify, clarify that. Yeah.
We must please note that the submissions that is from the Metro, those submissions on the development on the board, that is what came from the Metro. The other one came from the development agency themselves, but the ones that falls within the Metro's package, that was in from the Metro. Thank you.
I think we're dealing with the principle of approaching this matter. And I think we would all generally tend to agree that there will be a need to invite the board when we deal with these matters. And on that basis, it would obviously require that when the councillors, when the council, the mayor and the delegation from council come over, they should also be ready to engage with whatever has actually been put onto their possession. So from that point of view, I think that it becomes important then to look at how we're going to have to relook at this matter and invite the whole board afterwards to come and take the matter through. There is, however, one matter I need to bring to the attention of the committee, and that is in the lead up to this meeting. I did receive a letter. Can you just find that for me? Read it for me. I did receive a letter from the suspended CEO of the development board, who was reporting certain irregularities that are within the board. And the letter was written to Mr. Van Niekerk, who I think is in the board. Oh, no, it was Deputy Mayor. Oh, no, okay, sorry about that. Oh, no, that's correct now, yes. The letter was written to Mr. Van Niekerk, who is the Deputy Mayor, and then to the MEC, and then to the chairperson of the portfolio committee. Amongst the issues raised, it was certain allegations of irregularities within the board. Now, I will not go into those specific irregularities because obviously it's a long matter that suggests also that he was having certain specifics about things that had gone on which had to do with previous decisions of the board, investigations that were done, and so on. So I think I've shared that matter, that letter with the members. However, in the context of all of this, I've then become aware that the board has since written another letter to the suspended CEO indicating that they were very disturbed by the fact that the CEO had written to the MEC, to Mr. Van Niekerk, and to the chairperson of the portfolio committee on COCTA. And in their view, these matters that were raised, they refer to them as being very they refer to these matters as being very disparaging about the board and what happened inside the board. So because of that, they then took a view that the CEO, the suspended CEO, deserved kind of immediate dismissal for releasing what they say was confidential information about the board. Okay. Now, on that basis, okay, yes. So I will indicate here that this is what the letter is about. It says the board refers you to a letter dated 16 March addressed to inter alia Deputy Executive Mayor, MEC Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, and Chairperson of the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee, wherein you made various disparaging and contemptuous allegations concerning the board and the affairs of the Mandela Development Agency. The board further notes that your aforesaid letter have since entered public domain and were reported in the media, including in the Herald of 24th of March, thereby amplifying the reputational impact of your conduct. Having considered the contents of your letter, the board has formed a prima facie case of the view that your conduct constitutes unauthorized disclosure of confidential internal and non-public information of the agency to external third parties, a breach of your contractual confidentiality obligations, a conduct which has brought or reasonably likely to bring agency to disrepute. Then I won't read everything. Then it says, in terms of clause 18.3.1 of your contract of employment, the agency is entitled to terminate your employment summarily in the circumstances where you are guilty of conduct justifying summary dismissal. Your conduct is likely to bring you to agency into disrepute, and you commit a material breach of agreement which is not capable of remedy. Then they've asked him to come in for within 48 hours to respond. So because of that, I think this should be enough, because this is just background. We then consulted the legal team from the department, from the parliament, to just guide us on what this would entail. Without getting into all the details of the tension between that within the board and the CEO of the development agency, what brought us of concern in this matter was the fact that as parliament, we did receive the information which contains allegations of what may be irregularities in the development agency, And on that basis, we felt therefore it was important to get a quick advice in terms of how we would manage a situation like that. Our major consideration are that as we go through this presentation and this engagement, there's a lot of public interest in it. And the public interest has been such that many people have sent us information, a lot of which has been confidential, and therefore made us aware of things that may not have been easy to get access to. And we therefore felt that this might then be a challenge if it looks like someone who might have passed information to the portfolio committee, then there are reprisals associated with that. So I wanted to invite Ms. Arnold just to have a brief comment on that, just to give the members a sense of commentary on it, because we wanted her to look at it from the perspective of the Protection of Disclosure Act, and whether in fact anything we do would in future not discourage members of the public from coming forth with information. So I'm going to ask Ms. Arnold to just make a brief comment. This is just for purposes of the members here being aware, but we have taken an approach that this matter will have to be brought back when the board has been invited. So can we ask Ms. Arnold to
Thank
come
you.
in? Please, thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, and to all other colleagues in the meeting. My apologies that I couldn't be with you in person today. But as Chair has correctly pointed out, and I think Chair has adequately summarized the sequence of events, I just want to check, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, and please proceed.
Thank you.
If
Thank
you
you,
like,
Chair.
if you like, you can also be visible. It's up to you. But proceed. We can hear you very clearly.
I don't know where my picture is.
Don't worry about it. Proceed.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Chair. So yes, insofar as the Protected Disclosure Act has been raised, and the question which we do need to consider is the procedure that one should follow in terms of the Protected Disclosures Act, but also more importantly, it as Chair, as we met this morning, we need to consider the role that this portfolio committee needs to play in consideration of this matter. Now, Section 3 of the Protected Disclosures Act does provide that an employer or worker should not be subjected to any occupational detriment by his or her employer on account or partly on account of having made a protected disclosure. Now, all of those definitions, employee, occupational detriment, and protected disclosure is defined. I'll ask Shireen just to share that act with the members and the rest of the committee. So relevant here is Section 7 of the Protected Disclosures Act, which provides for a protected disclosure to a member of Cabinet or Executive Council of the province. It provides that any disclosure made in good faith to a member of Cabinet or of the Executive Council of a province is a protected disclosure. So as Chair pointed out, in this matter, the suspended CEO had on 16 March 2026 addressed correspondence, namely the disclosure to the MEC, COCTA. Now, Section 3B of the Act provides for a procedure that must be followed when a disclosure is made in terms of Section 7. So Section 3B1, and I'll just summarize, provides or rather creates an obligation to either decide, acknowledge, and then inform the employee within 21 days after the protected disclosure was made whether the matter will be investigated and, if possible, the time frame within which the investigation will be completed, whether the matter will not be investigated and the reason for such decision, or whether the disclosure will be referred to another person or body to be investigated or dealt with more appropriately. As with regards to the suspended CEO's labor rights, I draw the committee to Section 4 of the Protected Disclosures Act, which does provide for certain remedies and protections to an employee who has made a protected disclosure. In terms of Section 4(1), such an employee is afforded the right to approach any court having jurisdiction, including the labor court, or pursue any other process allowed or prescribed by law. Chairperson, honorable members, there clearly appears to be a labor dispute. And in my view, or rather in our office's view, it would be best that the committee does not enter into determination of this labor dispute. And the reason why is because the Protected Disclosures Act does provide for the procedure that should be followed in terms of Section 3B of the Act, and protections are afforded to the suspended employee in terms of the Protected Disclosures Act. However, this committee does maintain its oversight responsibilities in terms of Section 55(2) of the Constitution. And I remind the committee as well that Section 57(1) of the Constitution does provide that the National Assembly may determine and control its own internal arrangements, proceedings, and procedures, and to make rules and orders concerning its business, with due regard to representative and participatory democracy, accountability, transparency, and public involvement. The agency, as we all know, is a municipal entity falling under the municipality. While the agency is directly accountable to the municipal council, Parliament, through this committee, would hold the municipality accountable for the agency's financial performance or service delivery issues, for example. Parliament, essentially, through this committee, must ensure that the municipality governs the agency effectively. Therefore, the Section 3B procedure should be followed by the Executive Council of the province. The MEC Cooperative is a member of the Executive Council of the province to whom the disclosure was made, the 16 March 2026 disclosure. What I'm saying is that it is the MEC Cooperative who would essentially have to follow the Section 3B procedure. The committee, in carrying out its oversight responsibility, may then elect to engage, and I think Chair touched on this, with the agency, with the Executive Council, with the MEC Cooperative, and the suspended CEO, for example, if this committee deems it appropriate. I had also sent to Shireen possible practical solutions in dealing with this matter, and there's various. I've proposed certain correspondence which can be sent out, and I won't go into detail, but I think correspondence possibly to the employee, correspondence to the MEC Cooperative, and that is in addition to any engagements which the committee deems appropriate. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, honourable members.
Thank you very much, Ms. Arnold. So, honourable members, we view this matter in a very serious light, insofar as it would involve anyone who has made a disclosure to this committee that might have attracted reprisals as a result thereof. I think it's important for us to indicate that we do have a responsibility that anyone who feels they have got information for this committee to share should feel free to do so. In that regard, we will then proceed to prepare for an engagement with the development board, so development agency board, and also with the suspended CEO, and also with the municipality. The time for that will be when we meet next time. We will send the date for that. But of immediate action is going to be us interacting with the MEC, who is the right authority in terms of the Protection of Disclosure Act, to whom the matter has been reported, that they should then go ahead to handle the matter, do the necessary investigation, and therefore report to us. And that all the mechanisms for protection of any individual involved under this act would be exercised by that office, and that the rest of the issues that relate to the labor dispute between the suspended CEO and the board, other than for interest and getting information, will be left as a matter of the labor dispute at that level. So I think we must thank Ms. Arnold on behalf of the parliamentary legal team for giving us the advice. Because we are not going to go into much discussion on this matter, we just thought we needed to share the information. The matter will be referred to the MEC to handle, and in the process, our oversight processes will inform the Metro Council as to when we shall have that discussion. But as of now, in relation to this matter, we will leave it in the hands of the MEC, who by law is the right authority to be able to deal with it. So that is how far we're going to deal with this matter. I want to suggest that we don't enter into further discussion on the matter. We just needed to get a guidance, and this matter was disclosed on the basis that the letter which was written to the committee was referred to in the communication that was sent to the suspended CEO. Had it not been the case, we would not necessarily have been entertaining much of discussion on the matter if it was just the issue of the labor dispute. But the fact that we did raise the issue was raised with the committee. Therefore, we needed to get legal advice. Honourable members, if we can hold it at that, we will then the committees will be updated as the time goes. So we will hold this matter at that point, and let's proceed to another matter. I'd like the members to look back at the agenda again. The issue I thought would be quicker to dispose of was this matter of the withdrawal of the conditional grant from the Human Settlement Department. And this was basically because of the concern that what is it that would make the members, when we started here, the members raised the question of vacancies at senior level. Therefore, our concern being the operational efficiency and capacity of the municipality to spend allocated budget and service delivery programs. Now, this to us is a matter that requires an urgent attention. So we need to get an explanation as to what is going on this matter. So we will go into this, and so I'm going to request that the mayor take us through this issue, and then we will, after that, look at the remaining matters and make a determination of how far we'll be able to go. Mayor, would you then deal with this issue of the human settlement grant?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, can I give to the city manager to respond? Thank you.
City manager.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, on this matter, our performance is the 31st of December 2025 on the both grants, which is the ISUPG and the USDG, was not in good standing.
You might want to just raise your voice a little bit so we can follow.
Let me repeat, Chair. I'm saying that the performance of the municipality as at 31st of December 2025 on both the grants, which is a ISUPG and the USDG, was not in good standing. And therefore, we submitted a report to council in terms of the performance for the mid-year. And as we discussed the matter at council level, council decided that we must come with recovery measures of how we can spend these two grants. And we have came with a detailed report, which in those reports, we indicated the grants that have started to perform and those that are not yet perform, and those that are poor in the expenditure on these two grants. And then as a result of that, we look off the measures because we receive a letter from the minister. We look at measures of how to mitigate the matters. And as an institution, we did have measures as we were receiving the letter, and we approach a human settlement to assist in the province as in terms of implementing these projects, of which, Chair, we have done that. Now we're in a process of finalizing. As I was coming here, because I have to have a meeting with the province in the Eastern Cape in terms of how they can mitigate and we fast track the expenditure of these grants. I will say, Chair, to you that I was supposed to be in a meeting, which is a follow-up meeting in terms of our performance and how the department can assist us in the province in terms of speeding up the performance on these grants. So a follow-up report will be able to say per project, how far the province is going to assist us in implementing these projects on both grants, the USDG and ISUBG.
You're happy you're done?
Unless, Chair, that I ask maybe the CFO does have this report of those grants and then we can present it.
You want to ask the CFO to speak?
Can assist me on the expenditure on the grants.
CFO?
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, I do have an updated expenditure report of the of the two conditional grants that we are referring to. That the informal settlements development grant.
You want, it's something you can present, put it up there so we can all look.
I'll have to email Chair. Just a minute.
Okay, as you speak, you can try and send an email. Let's see if we can put it up there.
Okay. All right. The two grants, I-sub-G, Informal Settlements Development Settlements Upgrading Partnership Grant, spending at the end of February 2026 is 142.9 million rand against 280.6 million rand, which is 51% in terms of the spending. The Urban Settlements Development Grant, USDG, is 182.2 million rand in terms of spending against 559.9 million rand. So the spending there is 33%. I can email the spreadsheet right now.
Yes, please do email. And Cocta is gonna come in just now. We don't have treasury today. Okay, Cocta, you're gonna come in after the CFO.
So, Chair, while actually the CFO
Yeah.
emailing. Can I check, was the treasury invited?
Sure.
Okay, if they were not, can we make sure, Chair, if they were not invited, can you make sure that actually in our next sitting, so when dealing with such issues, treasury be formally invited on such meetings, because that will assist in terms of us doing our work, and if any clarity from treasury and are able to clarify here and there. Thank you, Chair.
I think it's a slip up. We have always had Treasury and AG and COGTA. There's never been any need even to remind. I think it's a slip up here with the Secretariat. So when we go, it's like the provincial COGTA and provincial Treasury, they always they have to be there. Even if they're not in the session, they could be up there, including the AG. So we took an extra step of inviting the SIU. The others are standard. This is a joint sitting oversight situation where we've always been together with them. You know, so your point is carried. Thank you. You've sent it? Yes, please go ahead. Proceed. Don't look at the thing. Go through your screen. Don't look up there.
Thank you, Chair. The I-G or Informal Settlements Development Grant is broken down into projects. They are also contained in the spreadsheet that I've just emailed, split into various directorates. Your economic development, tourism and agriculture, your electricity and energy with a budget, the EDTA is a budget of 608 million rand, 608,000 rand, with 266,000 rand having been spent. The electricity and energy with a budget of 75.3 million rand on the I-G versus 44.5 million rand of spending in the projects that are under electricity and energy. The human settlements has got projects amounting to 28.6 million rand with a spending of 1.5 million rand. The public health with projects amounting to 31.7 million rand with a spending of 18.3.
So, sorry, CM, do you have this document?
I don't have it with me now, Chair. Yes.
It still hasn't come through. Just check if it did send.
Yes, it's gone through, Chairperson.
Okay, it hasn't arrived. Proceed.
At 1908 on my side. So I was saying the public health, I'm talking the informal settlements grant, 31.7 million rand, and the spending at end February was 18.4 million rand. The roads and stormwater with a budget of 115.6 million rand, with a spending of 66.2 million rand on the projects linked to the directorate, to the roads and stormwater department. Sanitation, 4.7 million rand, and the spending is 337,000 rand. The water and water services, 2.6 million rand project, and the other directorate is SREC, which is Sports, Recreation, Arts and Culture. The budget was 21.3 million rand of the I-G allocation, and the spending is 11.3 million rand. That's all add up to the total budget of 280 million rand of the I-G, and the spending of 142.9 million rand, Chairperson, which sums up to 51% of the informal settlements upgrading partnership grant. The second one under human settlements, Chairperson, is USDG, Urban Settlements Development Grant. It is also split into projects into various directorates, starting from electricity and energy, with a budget of 45.3 million rand and a spending of 19.4 million rand the same period of end February. Followed by human settlements with a budget of 150.6 million rand and a spending of 15.5 million rand. The Public Health Directorate, 19.3 million rand and a spending of 9.3 million rand. The Roads and Stormwater with 55.7 million rand and a spending of 44.6 million rand. Sanitation Services with a total budget of 118.6 million rand and 34.5 million rand as a spending.
Can you just wait a bit? I thought by now it would have arrived. It still hasn't. Can you check again? Can you resend? Those numbers.
I've sent it, Chairperson, but it's still stuck on my side. But the first one went through at 1908. Yeah, the second one has gone through as well, just now.
It's gone through. It's not on the pending on the draft.
No, Chairperson, it's.
Sorry, it's coming. All right, that's fine. Let's see. Just wait a bit. Let's see if we can find it. Also send it to the group. Is that where you are?
I was on the tab that is named USDG, tab USDG, Urban Settlements Development Grant. I went through sanitation, naming what is budgeted for under the Urban Settlements Development Grant. All those are sanitation projects. Sanitation, it starts from electricity on the very first directorate or directorate is electricity and energy, whose budget or allocation out of this grant is 45.3 million rand, and the spending in purple is 19.5 million rand.
Why don't I ask you to, whilst we're trying to look at this, talk about it rather than reading one figure after another. Where are we in terms of our expenditure pattern? Are we online to find a way to correct this withdrawal? Is this withdrawal concluded? Is there anything that needs to be done for you to spend better? So give us more that kind of analysis, so that we can understand these numbers.
All right. Okay, Chairperson, I think the acting city manager was indicating that we have responded to the letter. In certain areas here where there has been an underperformance, we have done rediversion of a budget through council to say perhaps these projects must be funded instead, the budget be redirected for us to implement the moving projects where their contracts are available and there is nothing that is going to prohibit spending. So that is what has already been done at the end of February this year, Chair. To the projects that are in the original business plan, projects that will be moving and projects that we can spend upon the authority being granted or business plan being amended to the National Transferring Officer.
Did you get explanation as to what caused the problem? I had to say things were not going well. What exactly went wrong? And the members can come in. What is it that made you unable to spend, and what is it you are correcting to be able to spend? And will you be able to spend enough to be able to keep the allocation within the metro.
Thank you, Chair. The various problems that we experience as a municipality, some of them were related to the EIA approvals on these projects, where we approached the Department of DDF to say that what is the hold up in terms of the EIA, because when we combine the business plan, we were given assurance that this process will be sorted on their side. But through the process not moving, we felt that as at 30th of November, through the Department of Human Settlement in the province, to assist us to engage with them. What is the hold up in AIs? Some of the project, Chair, relates to issues that deal with the relocation, whereby, in especially in the area called Woma, whereby the informal settlement dwellers were reluctant to move. And part of our business plan, we budgeted for these projects. So we have to now go to court processes, and the court processes are delaying us in implementing those projects. So that is one of the delays. And some of them are areas where we were hit by the floods in the Karikha area, Yutnik. So we have to reprioritize our projects. So that's what I'm talking about. But we do have the recovery plan, which we submitted to the department, and the department requested us to say that, given the fact that we are in this problem, what are the other methods to make it sure that we'll be expenditure on these funds? Hence, I said, Chair, we approached the Department of Human Settlement in the province to assist us to fast track the implementation of the project on issues that relates to the EIA. So they have accepted our request, so we are under that process. Hence, I'm saying, Chair, that given the fact that I won't be here, I was not going to come here, we're having a meeting, but I couldn't. I said, no, they must stop, they must wait for me until I come back with my team to engage further in terms of the recovery plan that we presented to them.
Cocta Province.
Good evening, members of the committee once more. When in 2024, let me start there in terms of the work that we did in terms of assisting the municipality. It came to attention that there was a problem with regard to, amongst others, the grants expenditure in the municipality. Amongst the terms of reference that we included in the second acting MM in 2024 was to look at grants expenditure in the municipality. We actually elevated that matter because we realized that service delivery was negatively impacted, performance was affected, and expenditure was a real problem. Unfortunately, that 6 months period, the acting MM had to leave, and then went to the second acting MM in the municipality as well. Again, we actually had the acting COO and the acting CM given the responsibility to begin to drive with our support and treasury, the fast tracking on the grants expenditure. What we did then, Chair, was that we then asked that there must be an institutionalization of the RAS, our RAS strategy in the province that was applicable across the municipalities. Unfortunately, the institutionalization of the risk adjusted strategy in the metro took a bit of time for it to gain traction. We're still battling with that institutionalization to succeed. It has been embraced politically by the metro, but I think for that to be cascaded down to the lower levels of the administration, it has not been fast as expected. So we have that as part of our focus areas in the municipality. But I think in our assessment, we did pick up that the issues contributing towards poor expenditure on grants largely are drawn from institutional capacity, instability in the municipality, and the issue around the vacancies that we spoke about earlier on. Because earlier on, you remember that there was a long discussion about the number of vacancies we have, and those contributed a great deal in terms of the poor performance in terms of grants. We also realized that the absence of the project management office in the metro, or the lack of capacity thereof, was a big problem. We then agreed that let that be reestablished and capacitated in the municipality as well. One thing that we then included in the terms of reference of the RMO, which has now been deployed by National together with ourselves, was to focus on grants expenditure in the municipality and dealing quite diligently with regard to the operational matters that impact on performance of the organization. And I must say that the RMO has since developed an action plan which is time-bound and focusing on a number of pillars. Amongst the pillars that they're dealing with is the issue around performance on the grants in the municipality. We also had a number of bilateral sessions with the Metro Chair on the disaster response and disaster recovery grants. I think those were our concerns because in the allocations done in 2024, we realized that there was a lot of challenges with regard to the uptake on the performance of those two grants. And I don't know how many meetings we convened with the Metro to impress upon them, together with MISA, on the need for them to begin to fast track the expenditure. And it boiled down to one thing, that each time we discuss the issue about grants expenditure, you would realize that there are a number of hiccups experienced in relation to the SAM challenges, the point that we discussed earlier on, which is why in the terms of reference of the RMO, that matter has been elevated as part of the focus areas by the RMO. That's the work we did in terms of that. So there's a great deal of work to be done in terms of institutionalization of the risk agenda strategy in the Metro, and the issue around cleaning up on the area we discussed earlier on about the SAM challenges to improve on performance there. So that's the interaction we've had with the Metro. And I think I must say that certainly in the province, the Metro is not doing very well, which is why we thought let's elevate the Metro as part of the few municipalities that are nationally targeted with the support of the province and ourselves just on grants expenditure. Let me pause there, Chair. Thanks very much.
So you're not saying that they're gonna manage this situation. You basically throw your arms up into the air. You have to get someone to give it attention at a higher level.
No,
I don't hear you telling us that no, this thing is under control. It's not.
When the matter was brought to attention, we then collaborated with the National Department to arrest the grant perennial under expenditure, which is exactly what we're trying to do now. And I think there's great deal of hope now in terms of the RMO work that is on site in the municipality. So we're not actually throwing in the towel because there's a bit of optimism in terms of turning things around the Metro. Fortunately, the good thing is that the leadership has fully embraced and supported the deployed team that is actually in the municipality, which is a very positive thing. And I hope that we'll have some kind of improvements going forward.
All right. Well,
No, Chairperson, this is not a good picture. It's really not a good picture if you understand the background of this province. It's really not a good picture if you are going to sit with a performance of this grant at 33%. It's not a good picture. Particularly, Chair, what they're supposed to spend on is water infrastructure, sanitation infrastructure, public health, roads and storm waters, human settlements. If you understand the background of this province, you'd find that some of our people are still living in conditions that are inhuman. But you are sitting with the Metro that is only spending 33% of the funds allocated that are supposed to support our people. If you drill down to the issue, you'd find that there's issue of incapacity, number one, and some political instability in that municipality that contributes to this. And at the tail end of the people who are going to struggle is our people. So this is really equivalent to spitting to their faces if you're saying you are going to have so much budget that is not channeled or assisting our people, building houses. Some people don't even that are supposed to be actually supported by this budget. So I really want the leadership that we have here, but I think it's also supported by the fact that the direction that are supposed to address or to implement or to use this budget, there are actually some of them are not in place. They're acting in there. So Chair, it all goes back to this performance. If you are going to have acting directors or not have the directors, or if you do have, you have someone who's incompetent, who really doesn't know what is it that they need to do. So if the leadership can take us into confidence as to how they're going to address this, I think we asked the same questions when we went on oversight, because AG raised some of the issues we see here of performance. Chair, how are they going to change this whole situation? Or are they admitting that they are not sure what is it that they need to do? Is the leadership of this municipality failing the people of this of this province or of this municipality in that you are really saying to their faces, we don't know what to do? Because on the other hand, Chair, as I said, as I close, on the other hand, Appropriations Committee, you are advocating that municipalities must be allocated more money because they are at the cold face of our people. But when we sit here on the other hand, we are seeing a budget that is not allocated or channeled to where it's supposed to. So then you are sitting with a problem and don't know really what is it to do or what is it that needs to be done in this case. Please, leadership, take us into confidence. How do you justify 30%, 33%? Or it should have, at least we should be talking about 70% performance. But instead you're talking about 33%, Chair. Not even 50%. Thank you.
Mayor, do you want to deal with that?
Yes, Chair. Chair, thank you very much. Chair, as the city, we have a council decision which was approving the establishment of the planning unit for the grants and the appointment of the incumbents that will be able to do the project plans, because part of what has been contributing in the past years is the absence of project plans for us not to be able to have a monitoring tool. So there is a council decision at a political level. We've done our part. Hence, I was saying city manager must now account, because we've enabled the environment at a political level. Secondly, we have brought in the team. We've made a request as politicians that COGTA must give us support in terms of the engineers, the accountants, and the audit team. That should be helping us to do better in terms of the performance. The third element attached to this spending of the grants is that each project which has been affected by the EIAs, we've made I've written a letter to the MEC around that matter. There was a meeting between our Human Settlement Director and the HOD and me to try and address the areas that were not attended to. Hence, there were frustrations on the project. And I can say in the meeting that some of the appeals have been attended to by our provincial EIA committee since then. And the last matter which we need to clearly deal with is this issue of supply chain processes, which is a major hindrance. And if you can identify within the USDG grant, it's water and sanitation projects which relate to pump stations, which relate to sanitation projects. And under human settlement, it's the warmer projects where the land which we were supposed to be building on is invaded by people. We took a political decision and took a resolution that those people must be evicted so that we build for them. Instead, they took a route to legal aid for them to stop the process. So the process has been for 2 years with the legal aid. So this is the account of what we have been doing. But in terms of improving the performance share, we are quite confident that the appointment of our provincial Department for Human Settlement as an implementing agent is going to yield better results, because it won't be frustrated by our internal supply chain processes. as it is the major hindrance at the moment. And no one wants to take a responsibility in terms of the project managers that are derailing the procurement. With this day is that issue, the next day they are raising a different matter. So that is the account chair that I can bring in front of the committee. Thank you very much.
Honorable Ndolo.
Yeah, Chair, I must indicate that the role that actually COPTA provincially has played in this regard is not convincing. It's not convincing at all, Chair. So I think I can't remember, Chair, where we were in the province, but if I recalled very well, there was no MEC of COPTA in attendance and MEC of finance in attendance. So we had SCOPA chairperson and other members of the provincial legislature. Chair, I think actually it is important that as this committee, maybe you have to change the approach or look into the manner in which we move forward as this committee, because seemingly, not even seemingly, it's a fact that this province must be treated as a special project. The manner in which these problems, are coming in whenever actually we meet with the municipalities from a province. It's a national disaster, it's a fact, but I think maybe we need to focus more on this province. So maybe as a way forward, when we meet next time, dealing with such issues, with these issues, maybe we need to invite the MEC of finance and the MEC of COPTA to be part of our next meetings. So in dealing with this issue, because the manner in which actually the province have responded on these issues, not convincing at all. Sure, thank you.
Fancy.
Thank you, Chairperson. I want to quote the mayor. The mayor just said that politically we've done our part. We have in council adopted or made a resolution to appoint project manager to look after the project, etc. I want to say to the mayor that you've not done your part. You have 7 executive director vacancies. That means that there's no leadership, and I'm very sure you've got quite a lot of competent staff, normal guys just wanting to do their jobs, but your leadership is lacking 100%. So you've not done your part. So on the 5th of February, the DG of Human Settlement sent you the letter stating that they will withhold the 3rd tranche, gave you 7 days to respond, etc., etc. Have we gotten result from that? Are they going to withhold your 3rd tranche? Because from the 5th of February, you would have gotten 7 days to respond. We're in March already, so you would have had communication. And I've got the letter from the DG.
Hold on. Let's get the response.
It was sent to the acting city manager by the DG.
Mayor or city manager?
City manager, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we did receive the letter and we did respond to the letter. But the the comments from the DG was saying that our recovery plan that we have submitted, it needs more information. They need more information from us. And then we did submit again when we went to council to say that this is the picture that we're giving to you, that how we're gonna implement these grants. And then we also gave indication that our assistance will get it from human settlement in the province,
Hence, we've did action that in terms of saying, writing a letter to human settlement, to say human settlement, these are the projects that we were only able to implement as a municipality because of various issues that I've highlighted generally. And then they accepted it. And then currently now, they are implementing those projects on our behalf. Hence, I was saying that we're having a workshop that we had with them, analyzing each and every project. What are the challenges there? So now they are going to implement them on our behalf in order to speed up the process of spending on these two grants. That's what I was saying, Chair, but I've missed now because I'm here, because we're going to have a final meeting to have an update to you with a precise project implementation plan in terms of those projects that are lagging behind, that we are far behind in terms of expenditure.
Sounds like you are now protesting. Is it that time you say that?
No, I'm not, Chair. I'm not.
So further to that,
Please,
Chairperson,
please follow up.
thank you. So basically, the national department now has taken over a whole metro's function, or the provincial
The
department
provincial department.
has taken over a whole metro's housing, human settlements, those projects for the USDG. That's what you just said, acting city manager.
Let me clarify my point. Only those projects that we were behind in terms of implementing them, other projects we're doing ourselves. Those that we've got the challenges and issues of the IA, the issues of the court process that are pending in court, because there were a lot of money that were invested that were targeted for these projects in terms of the business plan. Hence, I'm saying that we're asking them to assist us so that at least we are able to show cause that in terms of the recovery plan, this is the process that is in place. Hence, I'm saying to the chair, if I was not here these past 2 days, I could have had the specific dealing with the HOD of the province of human settlement in the province to be able to give a more proper information than the one that I'm giving you in writing.
So in part or in full, has your third tranche been withheld by the Department of Human Settlements? Yes or no?
Can I request the CFO to confirm on that one? Did you receive the third tranche? Saying Chair, I'm requesting, sorry, Chair.
Just remember, you're talking to the chair.
Yes, Chair.
So you can't whisper.
No problem, Chair. Sorry.
What did you ask?
No, I was asking Chair, the CFO to confirm the question whether
Who?
third tranche.
Who must confirm?
The CFO that the third tranche will
CFO,
receive.
okay. CFO,
Chairperson, I have not gotten an indication that there is a withholding. There's usually a transfer dates in which the grants will be transferred to the city. I can check if everything was transferred. For now, Madam, I cannot confirm that there was withholding.
Thank you, Chair. I think we need to check those facts, if it's possible at all. And then, it's not only that, Chairperson. The point I'm trying to make that over the last 2 years, this metro has lost 1.2 billion rand in grant funding. This is a city that is massively plagued by infrastructure backlogs. We see it. We know how it looks in Gqeberha. I mean, at this stage, do you even is there any appetite to deliver services at all to the residents? Because it seems like you've turned your backs on the residents, which you are meant to serve. And then the mayor says, we've done our part. You've not done your part. At the end of January, you've only spent 29% of your budget, and at the end of March, 33%. So this all points again to losing more money. So at this stage, I think there's no confidence in this municipality at all. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, thanks for noticing that. I wanted to make a follow-up. Honorable Chair, these problems or these issues lead to further questions, or a question that I would like to pose. Are there any bonuses that actually have been paid to you as senior management, maybe in the past 3 years? Or performance bonuses, yes, performance bonuses. Are there any performance bonuses that actually have been paid to you as management But I appreciate if the mayor could respond
Okay.
on this question.
Mayor,
Chair, no. No, there are no bonuses that have been paid, and we still remain committed to servicing our people. All the money that we were given for top structures, we've spent it 100%, Chair. The issue is around the grants and the timelines attached to it. So there is will. We've built roads under USDG grant. We've also built other new settlements under the same grant and bulk infrastructure. There is a will for us to spend, hence the plans. Thank you, Chair.
what do you mean problem is grant and timelines attached to it?
Timelines around the project plans. Earlier on, I made a point that we noticed that the city lacked to have project plans in place and timelines that we could be able to oversight. Hence, we said a project management unit must be established so that there's a proper monitoring plan in place. And it's not only done per directorate, because the arrangement was that infrastructure and engineering focuses on their own project, human settlement focuses on their own. Now that there's going to be a project management unit, there's going to be one accountability with one person that is able to monitor on a daily basis the progress on the projects.
So whose timelines have got a problem? Whose timelines are they?
The project timelines which were made by the project managers.
Timelines set by your team or timelines set by
Yes, Chair. Timeline set by our team. Hence, I highlighted that there is a problem around the timelines, around supply chain process, which we have picked up as a problem in the institution, which we are saying now we need to fix it so that we are able to do what is expected of us.
And how do you say you are fixing it?
We are fixing it because there's a unit established. There are people that are seconded from our own departments to form part of the unit. So those timelines are supposed to be met with the monitoring of that work.
Okay, let's start with Kosana, come to Mkalipi, and then go back to what do you call it?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to find out the clarity and perhaps a quick question as well. In terms of the grant, you said you've received 1.2 billion rand, am I right? Do you have consultants? Are you using consultants?
Can I give to the city manager to respond to them?
And if so, as well, just to make sure that I'm no longer coming back again. How much have you spent, for consultants in the last financial year?
Thank you, Chair. We've got a panel of consultants that have been appointed for various disciplines in the municipality. I think, if I'm sorry, Chair, through you, we've got 19 under human settlement consultants. 17. Oh, yeah. Yes.
No, what we must do, if you want the CFO to respond, you mustn't whisper to you, must just go on the mic and give us the answer.
Okay, all right.
So give us the answer, CFO, just go straight.
Under human settlement, 17 appointed last year, Chair. Thanks.
17 what?
Consultants.
17 consultants.
Yes,
Yeah.
Yes, of consultants.
17 firms.
Yes.
And how much are you
consulting
paying
firms.
for them?
I don't have that information right now, Chairperson.
Yeah, Chair, just through you to make a follow-up on that. perhaps I must, okay, maybe I'll waste a little bit of time on the issue of consultants. You are saying you have 17 on human settlement, am I right?
Yes, yeah, just proceed.
Now, those are the only consultant you have, or there's others on another departments, or the total number in the municipalities, in your municipality, how many consultants have you used in the last 20, besides the department, perhaps of human settlement, all in all, how many consultants are you using and how much have you spent on that?
CFO?
Chairperson, I am not going to be able to have that detailed information. I think the acting city manager was responding on the human settlements, on the ones that were appointed last year, knowing the number.
So you're saying there are other consultants, you don't know how many?
Yes, I would not be able, I will be misleading the House. I won't be able to tell exactly in each directorate.
Okay, Honorable Kalipi.
Chair, this is not even justifiable. You know, during the budget speech, we always say to Minister of Finance, he must change the model of funding local government. Now there's grant to upgrade informal settlement. You don't do it. When we go and meet people of Nelson Mandela everywhere in the country, when we address them just cringe, because we know that there is not enough resources in the country. Now we are told that the municipality failed to spend money that is there. In Nelson Mandela, if I'm not mistaken, Mayor, we have about 150 informal settlement. So the report that you are giving us is to say that some of the challenges, when the chair asked, what could be the problem? Just make us to understand. Let us not even complicate things. Let us just have an understanding why one would fail to spend money, especially to upgrade informal settlement. One of the reasons that is given is that some of them, they don't want to move. It can't be. Out of plus or minus 150 informal settlement, it can't be that everyone does not want to move. I think in 2024, there was floods. And up to date, there is no rebuilding of those informal settlement or those particular wards where they were affected by floods. So one will ask, what is the disaster plan that happens in 2024? We're talking about now is 2026, Chair. And those communities in your Ward 48, they are saying that you have not rebuilt anything. They even took you to Human Rights Commission because they have tried all by their books to reach to the municipality, but the municipality does not want to come and explain or to have some projects to rebuild. So I agree with some of the colleagues, Chair, when they are saying this is the issue of capacity. For me, is the issue of political will. That is the first thing. The issue of capacity, you can address it if you have a political will. If you don't have a political will, because you find that the political leadership of the municipality are not affected. Abahlala emjondolo la bantu aba-experience khona isiwa, aba-experience khona iy'ndlela ezimbi abangazi bazohamba njani, abaxova udaka. Mhlambe bahlala endaweni e-right wherever you want to go to work or you want to go somewhere. Ungena emotweni yakho uhambe kahle emgwaqeni. So now, Chair, I propose that let us get a clear plan on how are you going to deal with this issue going forward, because we don't want to hear this story again that you failed to spend a grant. Uniwa njenge-plate, me nansi grant abo develop abantu bakho. But we are voted to that office, Mayor. Fuze ngabe uyashine with these grants. The issue of Honorable Skosana is trying to check if they have consultants. Why don't you just develop a capacity as the municipality instead of saying that this or that in terms of I'm a consultant. This is so unfortunate, Chair. It's very unfortunate. Maybe if you can also take us through to say, how do you address the issue of disaster that happened? That is still an issue now as we speak. And then what is the clear plan to spend these grants because are there while the people on the informal settlement are suffering, Chair, to go forward. But I agree with also one of the honorable member, I think is Honorable Mtolo, to say, if the municipality is not performing, is not doing what they're supposed to do as per the constitution, COGTA in the province, they must play their role. And Chair, I think going forward, when we meet with municipalities, the Department of COGTA must be with us as well, because they must also come and explain what is their role as the national COGTA. Because now we're here with Nelson Mandela, is one person from the province. And the MEC as a political head, they must always come with us to explain to us what kanti kahle kahle yini role yenu nina. Ngoba kufuze ngabe kukhona omunye othi cha wena masipala you are sleeping on your job. I'm here as the province to wake you up. But ikubonakala as if there's no plan of how they have to work together as a government or one. Thanks, Chair.
No, umuntu abonge khabazela usuku. Le kwelakithi ke baye bakhale nje izandla ezinenuvu. Babechaza izandla ezinenuvu ke izandla uthi mawusifakile isiphume notho. Ngicabanga nje yona khabazela inkinga esibhekile nayo lapha
Hayi awubamba umageba ubuyele sizokuzwa kahle.
Sorry, no, Khabazela. I'm saying the issue there that we are facing, especially around the issues of SCM, are really a problem. One, let me just first deal with the quick issue that I think one of my honorable members would have spoken about the issue of the third trench. Because I see one of your letters that the mayor wrote to the minister on the 15th of January. I think you were responding to the intention to withhold your third trench. I think that's the trench she was asking about. So now it surprises me that the CFO doesn't know this is a new matter to him. It really surprises me that there was an intention to hold a certain trench of a grant that it appears the way he's answering as if he has never heard about this thing. So by now, he's supposed to know. I'm sure there would have been a response to this letter of theirs where they were requesting to be given that trench. So can they help us? Were they given that trench or not? Please, straightforward. Secondly, I also just want to mention that I think, Mayor, we have a problem through because here you are establishing a PMU unit. But then again, you are taking projects to be managed somewhere else. Now I'm questioning myself, how are you going to fund that department if you are saying projects must be managed at a provincial level? I'm looking at both these grants. Really, this is an embarrassing situation. And I was also doing the calculations. Actually, 1.2 billion is just a minimal that you could make of the grants that they've taken back. I'm still doing additions and I've went past 1.2 billion already. So it means they've returned a serious amount of grants in the past 2-3 years already. And our people are living in a bad condition. So this is really unspeakable. It's incorrect. And we always say, the problem why in most municipalities you find situations like this whereby grants are returned is because SCM, they are continuously in fights who must be legally given a tender. That is why you usually face these problems. And usually, people who are always at the receiving end of those fights at SCM that are always excluded in those projects, it's usually youth and young and women in general. Those are the people that you find out that even when these tenders are being awarded, they are continuously excluded through these wrong means. And I think this is really something that, Chair, we need to find a way to go around. Because I've happened to sit in some of the sessions of around budget. I know we continuously made noise that there must be an increase of budget towards municipalities. It's embarrassing when you see a situation like this. 33% informal settlement upgrading partnership grant, 51%. They are going to be, it might happen that they were going to be returning money, but there are people who are living in inhuman conditions. So I just want to check in the spend that you have spent. Okay, no, I think we must start here. How to patch a project? Because I think the answer that the MM is giving is problematic, city manager is giving is problematic here. Before a project is budgeted for, I would have been of your view that it is a project, it is a product of IDP. Now, if a project is a product of IDP, it means it's the people that said they wanted that human settlement to be worked on. Now, how did at a later stage, when you have budgeted for the project, you have awarded the project, they are removing to move, if the project to include it in the first place was the product of ITP? I think that's a very fundamental question that we need to ask to the MM, because it doesn't come from heaven that people do not want to move. Because these projects are included as in when, because they are a product of ITP, which ITP must be formed with the people. Now, how is it that people that said we want our informal settlement to be, or want to be moved somewhere to be given houses, at a later stage they say we don't want to move? Can we be maybe clarified for how do these projects get to the prioritization if the people that are supposed to be, these are supposed to be the byproduct of their inputs were not there? And lastly, Chair, I also wanted to speak on the issue of also on the same issue. How do you even budget for a project without a project plan? I'm trying to understand, if you don't have a business plan, how do you apply for because these grants, you will obviously divide them and then put business plans for each project. How do you arrive at that stage without a proper implementation plan? And then when you start implementing the project, you encounter issues. And lastly, the consultants whom help them to develop the studies and so on and so on. What is the accountability on their side when these projects are not being implemented? And I must just say, this is an embarrassing picture, especially knowing that young people of that municipality, women of that municipality, are there to be able to help the municipality go forward. But I'm always touched by the fact that even here, if we can request for the whole SCM and who they give tenders to, I can assure you, Chair, you will find out that women and young people are at the receiving end. Thank you.
CFO, your comment on that, then we'll come back to CM.
Chairperson, the budgeting for projects, you budget for them. Firstly, if it's a USDG or it's an ISUBG, it must be in a business plan approved by the National Transferring Officer. That is, in this case, National Human Settlements. So it will be in a business plan. Project managers will then prioritize the projects that they want to implement in a coming financial year. They've got to have a procurement plan as to when is the procurement processes are to be followed, where there is a contract available for implementation of that project. That's what happens and informs a budget. So that's the process of the budgeting, and that gets communicated when you have concluded your budgeting to the National Transferring Officer, confirming that that business plan is the projects that are in the business plan are indeed those that can be funded by that conditional grant. I think that is.
You seem to be unaware of the process.
No, I am aware of the process, Chair.
Sorry?
I am aware of the process.
No, respond, because the question was how you responded earlier, and that you seem not to be sure of. There was a letter sent, there was a withdrawal, and where we are.
Sorry, Chairperson. The letter, I was aware of a letter of intention to withhold, and I was aware that we have responded as a municipality. Where I was saying I was not aware, and I'm still not aware, is on a response of that letter. That's what I was trying to say. Otherwise, I was aware that there was an intention to withhold. We sat together to prepare the response on both conditional grants. And where I'm not aware, maybe the city manager can assist, is on the response from the national department. That's what I was trying to say.
Okay,
Thank you, Chair. These business plans, project plans, ITP, whether in the projects and all the like, they're in place. Province Human Settlement Department, there is a district office which is there in Port Elizabeth, which is assisting us in doing these plans, vetting these plans, submission of these plans, so that they're costed to inform in terms of our grants that we are receiving. There is capacity at that level. The issue, Chair, is on implementation, which is confronting us as a municipality. On the implementation itself, Chair, we were hamstrung by the Department of Environmental Affairs, as I've stated. Some of the challenges, Chair, were whereby when we have to implement the project, we get resistance from the communities, in particular, Chair, where they were burning tires, closing the township of Former, where we have to spend more than 20 million on some of these projects. After we've started to put services on the ground, that was the problem. Not to say that, I don't want to use an African word, that maybe Silelem Sebenzin in cause. We're not sleeping at work. There's something that we have done. But it's just unfortunate that in managing the politics on the ground of these people, they give us a help hand so that we can be able to implement these projects. Honestly speaking, Chair, on the issues, some of these projects, it's an upgrading of informal settlements. We've got 167 informal settlements in Port Elizabeth that have just mushroomed. We were about to put services there. It's just unfortunate, Chair, these things that are being politicized on the ground itself is giving us problems to implement these projects. The issue of the third tranche, whether there's a letter that I've received not to withhold it, as I've said that we did submit to the Minister Simelane in terms of our recovery plan and what is going to happen. Hence, I've said that I'm not 100% sure whether that third tranche has been paid or not as I'm sitting here. Unless I contact my office and check what is happening on the third tranche, whether is there any correspondence, but as I'm sitting here, I don't know anything, Chair, that I can, I don't want to lie. Thanks, Chair.
Mayor.
No comments, Chair. I think city manager has covered all what I would have said.
Saying the same thing though. He says there's no problem, there's enough capacity. You said no, your problem with your capacity, the timelines are a problem. It means your own people are asked whose timelines. So the people that are doing the work and are planning, and the people who are implementing, they have timelines that they can't meet. And we've asked the question and we're told that you've got no capacity. But Mayor, CM says, no, there's no problem there. The problem is on the ground. So I was saying the same thing.
No, Chair. Earlier, and I'm still rehashing, part of our problems is project management, is supply chain process. With all, even if I can convene, we can convene tomorrow, all the project managers attached to the projects, they will not be able to say why they have not executed the work. So there's no will. And I think you must also understand that we came in an environment where there's a serious pushback. Officials have a view, some of the officials have a view that will come and go, because they are used to a coalition government that does not go beyond 6 months. So we are still breaking those barriers. Wherein every person, you must follow everyone every day about the work they are paid to do. And it's what we are subjected to, it's the reality. Hence, you might see that there's a strong resistance on supply chain because they know and they have an attitude that we are permanent here. Whether they talk, they will talk, they will try to start the processes, but will remain here.
And you feel helpless.
Sorry, Tim?
You feel helpless.
No, I'm not feeling helpless because we are actioning. Hence, we said forensic must get in. Hence, we said, let's then identify the projects that are not moving and find an implementing agent. Hence, we said last year, let's get the panel of 17 contractors at human settlement so that we shorten the process, because what they do, they identify the project and project plans, but there's no implementer. At the end of the day, the project ends on paper. So when you have a panel which will be given work when the work is supposed to be done, it makes it easy for us to deliver to the people. Thank you, Chair.
Let's start with Kosana, come to Mandela. Oh, sorry, let me first start with SOMPA. I forgot SOMPA,
Oh,
yes. Yeah.
Chair, let
First
me,
SOMPA, then come
before I
to Kosana.
forgot, I must ask the mayor, when I was listening to the city manager,
and why this information has not been sent. Because we requested this information yesterday. Thank you, Chair.
Mayor,
Chair, I feel offended because all the questions that I've asked, it was never responded from yesterday. And the mayor said 3 o'clock yesterday, you're going to get it. It's 3 o'clock today. That's why always when I speak to them, I say, lies got short legs. Unless if you don't have anything to hide, there is no way that you can retrieve information from your office with immediate effect. If you are requesting it and you've got people who are working in your office full time. Because if you are the mayor, you take a call, you call the secretariat or whoever that is responsible in your office. You just tell him that go to the office now of the MM and tell them that this is what I want and send it within 5 minutes. It will happen. But I don't know what is this hide and seek that this municipality is doing. Thanks.
Mayor,
Chair, we are going to give, I am trying to check here with Dika what happened because the organogram is with
please
us.
refer to the designation because we
The
don't know,
director
we
had
don't know what the, if you give us, you say I want to check and you give us a name, we don't know what you're talking about. Can we be a bit more, be taken more seriously?
Chair, I'm still trying to check with the director in the office of the city manager. Whether did she manage to get hold of HR people because the organogram is with HR to get it here.
You don't have a very good body language, Mayor. You don't have good body language at all. You just don't.
Chair. I think, Chair, you are being very diplomatic with your language. She's being very arrogant, Chair. You are being diplomatic, and I understand from a perspective of a chair that you need to be diplomatic. We don't. Mayor, you're being very arrogant with your body language. Mayor, could you please look at me when I speak to you? You are being very arrogant. If you're used to accounting to people who are your friends, not here, not in this house. Please take us seriously, Mayor. Thank you, Chair.
Sikosan?
Ngithokoze Mgcinisihlalo. You know, the issue, Chair, which I've picked up, I might not have been in yesterday. I guess that they are crying for help, that this committee must help them. For me, from where I'm sitting, Chair, I think the mayor and the city manager said that the staff, hence I asked the question, are they not your bosses outside your office? And you said no. If they can't send a simple thing like a organogram for 2 days, I can tell you now, like I think one of my colleagues said, we don't have a municipality. We've got people who are law unto themselves. And hence the chair is saying, you are an authority, irrespective of whether in the next election you won't be in because you only came in 2024. But you must exercise your authority. I mean, if a PA or a director can give you a simple 2-page thing, I guess it's 2-page or 3-page chair, I feel pity for you. Hence I said earlier, all these remarks from this committee is not personal. And I hope when you leave here, You don't think that we are heartless. We are in your boot. We want to help you and your executive. And we want to help our people on the ground. Those are the people who send us here. Like you've been sent by those people into where you are now. So it would be really a travesty of justice if really you allow them to treat you like this. How would they treat the ordinary people? If they can't treat, if they cannot take you seriously of asking a simple organogram from yesterday. Really, Chair, I don't know. I don't know, but there is no hope. But we must reset this country. We cannot disappoint what General Mkwanazi has told us. And I think, Chair, when you were in the visiting municipality in KwaZulu-Natal, what I heard there and what we are hearing at SCOPA, Chair, we need to do something. We cannot go on like this. And Executive Mayor, I think, as I was saying to you earlier, in closing, and I'm still saying to you, it's not personal. We feel for you and your executive that you cannot keep people who don't want to work. If they don't want to work, replace them. There's labor court. They go and complain at labor court. But you can't be held at ransom. The committee here is embarrassed. And remember, millions of people are watching you. And we are really dropping the ball. It cannot be tolerated, Chair, in any further. That people can justify a city manager and executive mayor. What about me, as an ordinary person who are not in the executive? It means if I go and complain, they will tell me where to jump to the next league. Chair, thank you, but really I feel sorry for that new municipality that they are having people who can't even respect the authority. But thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Chairperson, thank you so much. You know, this attitude has been observed throughout the day. We've been following this committee from morning. This has been the attitude throughout the day from the executive mayor. And you are very patient, Chair. You are very patient because you've actually managed to go this far with this attitude. But let's warn the mayor, Chair, that the next time they appear here with her team, they must get their acts together. This is Parliament of the people. We represent the people here. So when we want accountability from them, it's the voice of the people. It's not ourselves, it's the voice of the people. When we want answers for the people. So really, I think this attitude, she needs to leave it at home the next time she appears here in this committee. Because there are mechanisms also to deal with such attitude. It can be taken up and be dealt with. So at least for now, it's a warning that you need to respect this parliament. This is Parliament of the people. She must give us the answers. She must give us the documents when we want them. We can walk in tomorrow and look for that document. She will need to give us. We are constitutionally mandated to do that. So please, we are really pleading with this team. When they come here next time, we know what you're talking about. We come from these institutions, some of them. We've sat where they are sitting, some of them. So they mustn't come here and try and, hide around the bush. We know what you're talking about. We've done research. We stay with our people. We stay with the plight of our people. They know, they give us the actual information of what they're going through every day. So when we ask questions here, we ask questions from knowledge and from based on facts. Please help us.
if you tell us the issues, as I said last time, tell us what is it that is hindering the municipality from operating. We will deal with it. Don't hide people who are running this municipality outside of the municipality. You said that you have a problem with these 22 contracts when we saw you in October. And now we are giving you a chance to show the faces of the people who are behind them. But you are not taking the advantage. Still hiding around the bush. You are now getting a hiding for stuff that you actually we can't even answer for it. Give us the names. Write down reports to the chair, reports to parliament. This is what is hindering the municipality from operating. We are trying to help our people. We're not personal. We're not attacking anyone. We're trying to find the issue so that we help our people. Thank you.
No, thanks, Chair. I think I'm almost covered by my fellow member. But my humble request, as the municipality goes back, Ma'am Mayor, is that I think starting with your city manager, you need to go to Kinisisat so that your things will fall in order. I think the first problem that you have, Ma'am Mayor, is your city manager. I will tell you because at least I've worked for a municipality for a very long time. The first problem that you have is the one that is next to you, your city manager. I think your city manager is really not helping you. And it can't be that it's you that is looking for reports of the municipality. That is supposed to be the duty of the management to find everything, that so that when you get here, you have everything that you are supposed to have in order for you to be able to account adequately. Now, you need to be honest with yourself as you go back. The city manager knows where the problem is if he's not part of it. But the first person that is working on you and working very hard, and that will be your downfall, is the city manager. So be honest with yourself as you go forward. And lastly, Chair, I think it's very important that we receive that organogram of SCM, contract management, profiles of each and every person, what name and surname, qualifications, experience in SCM, so that we will be able to determine what is the problem in SCM, including an intern. Actually, if there's a cleaner of SCM, you must give a profile of that cleaner as well. Thank you.
Is that a hand up? Stephanie Kirk? I'm not inviting you, I'm inquiring. If you want to, you are welcome.
No, Chair, from my side as the Deputy Executive Mayor, it's gonna sound like a empty promise, but there's a Chair, but
you must finish because it's an opportunity to speak.
Sure.
Don't change your role midstream.
Sure. Chair, it's been coming on for a very long time in our municipality where we were regressing. I'm talking about, it's a pity we didn't get to the UIFW things. Those things have been coming on from before 2010. But somewhere it's got to stop. And I feel that this regime, we've got the will to do it, Chair. And if the committee feels that we're not being sincere, we are being sincere, Chair. You've given us 3 weeks. I've tried to look at the calendar quickly when 3 weeks will be. I think it's in the middle of April. I think we'll demonstrate then how serious we once again take this committee. But from my side, Chair, I sincerely apologize to the communities out there. If I look at the notes that I've made about why and listening to all the inputs that were made, the vacancies, the unspent grants, and I was hoping somebody's going to go further with a question about no performance bonuses paid. Yeah. And
look, Mr. Van der Kerk, you're not going to start reopening a new
no,
debate.
no. It's not my
You
intention.
are not going to. You're not going to do that. And I gave you an opportunity. It wasn't space now for any further comments from anybody. So please round up because you are dragging.
Sure, Chair.
And I don't think there's a need for it.
Sure, Chair. For me, the first warning or early warning system is that if your staff are not getting, your seniors directors are not getting performance bonuses, it means they are not performing. And it's not the one thing, Chair. All the matters we discussed, all of these things together, they give us the end result that we're sitting with at the moment. But yes, Chair, we'll be back here in 3 weeks' time. I don't want to labor this issue. And I look forward to the next engagement with this committee. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I have shared the documents, the organogram and the report, which is giving an account on the responses as required, why we have not been acknowledging the letters. They are with Sharin, Chair. And I want to state to the committee that there is no attitude that I'm giving to the committee, more than the fact that I am waiting for the questions to be posed and looking for the information so that I am able to state the facts. Yesterday, the city manager, when we left here, the city manager was to compile all the information that was needed. And I was trusting that he has also given the information, because he said he compiled a file and gave it to Sharin. I was surprised when we came here and there was outstanding information, because the organogram is a matter that is quite administrative, which should have been brought by him. The report was as ready as in the morning of the responses. So I've shared with Sharin on email and on WhatsApp. Thank you, Chair.
Let me talk to the members of SCOPA who joined us a bit late. Honorable Upega says I'm very polite. I must say that this has been one of the most problematic interaction. From the initial correspondence up to now. For information, we spent the whole of yesterday's session discussing the problem of communication with the mayor's office. I signed letters to the mayor's, addressed them to the mayor. And at the end, it was the third letter where we got a response, an acknowledgement, or any feedback from the mayor. First letter was in January, second one in February, third one in March. With a deadline, first deadline of getting the response back on the 3rd of February. So we're asking the mayor to explain why the first letter was not responded to and why the second letter was not responded to. I won't waste your time with the responses because as they were completely unsatisfactory. Now, I had to get to a point where we had to get a legal opinion on how to ensure that there are consequences for the non-response, which we do have. And I said to the mayor, the response he gave was the one step away from us sending her a summons, which would attract a criminal charge if she had not responded. To be honest, I can't believe that we have actually had to get to that kind of extent. I won't go into the rest of the issues where we've been discussing issues here. At a certain point, the mayor was complaining that the chairperson was being unfair to her. Now, I just want to say to the members, you as members cannot come and also complain about the attitude of the mayor because you got your own remedy. And your remedy is that you have to take a decision that for the next appearance, we must take a decision that she must be summoned. We issue summons for all the information and all the people that need to be coming here. If that's a resolution of the committee, we'll then approach the speaker, and the next invitation will be done by the speaker. And it will then be delivered by a sheriff, and that any deviation from such an invitation will attract a specific criminal charge. I don't believe that we want to waste time here all complaining about this or that, about the attitude of the mayor. I don't know where that would take us. We have the authority of parliament to ensure there's accountability. We expect cooperation. In the absence thereof, there are remedies. And for me, I want to say to the mayors, and I'm putting on the table, if this committee takes that resolution, then of course the next session will be different because it will be under the auspices of having put up a summons for it. And then we can proceed from there. So I leave it to you as members. If you support that, then of course we move on. If members feel otherwise, there's no problem, but it does not help us to sit here and exchange unpleasantries about an attitude that we think we are observing. And then at the end of the day, we think we can also we've just been criticizing the mayor that you can't have the authority and then start griping on us. You can't be whining if you have got authority to actually execute. So that's the point. That's the point I want to leave with you. If the members want to deal with that now or later, I'm going to get your indication. But the point from me, all right, let's start them. Honorable Nilme.
No, thank you, Chair. Chair, I would like to concur with you and concur with the suggestions that we have noticed that I think in local government and even looking at some of the reports and listening to colleagues that were in KZN, I don't think local government and councillors take parliament seriously. I think that is the one thing. The second thing is I do agree with you that we look at a form of summons that will make sure that whoever we need to call is here. But at the same time, Chair, somewhere either that whoever we have called takes an oath, because I don't think those that are called here understand that if you lie to a parliamentary committee, it is a serious offense. And that is something that we need to look at. How do we deal with that? If it is proved that you
have lied to this committee or a committee of SCOPA or here, that is a serious offense. And I think it is something that we need to look at. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. In the interest of avoiding this back and forth that was experienced in these 2 days, we would have made so much progress if you had issued a summons already. Because all information was going to be here, everyone who's supposed to be here was going to be here. So to avoid this from happening, I support the move that we issue summons so that when they come back with all that we are requiring from them once. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I support your assertion that we issue a summons. Let's issue a summons, Chair. And I also concur with Honorable Neil May that maybe before people speak here, they need to we need to make them swear in. And then with the information that is given, Chair, we can't be given a spreadsheet that is basically full of myths like the one we saw here with those companies. How can a municipality come here and give us lies and tell us lies? The whole thing is basically lies. And you can see it before you actually even interrogate that it's lies. They can't be coming here and give us information like that, Chair. So in case they didn't know, now they know that if they come here, they must bring proper information that we've requested. They must bring information that they will be able to speak to when we start interrogating it. From the mayor to the city manager, to the MPEC chair, to the CFO, everyone that is here must answer when we ask, whatever it is that we're asking. So, Chair, I second that assertion or the motion, Chair. Thank you.
Yeah, Chair, I would like to add on that. I'd like to add on that, Chair, because I'm worried about the about the deputy mayor's assertions when he speaks, because seemingly they're not working closely with the mayor. So, and that is worrying me, you know. So I would like to request that actually maybe when they leave here, they forward the minutes of council, minutes of the executive committee, and minutes of management meetings for the last 3 months. Why I'm requesting that? Because we've been asking issues, raising issues here. And then when we raise issues, they used to come up and say, or their responses, no, we've been raising these issues, we've been raising these issues, we've been raising these issues. We want to see the records of issues that were being raised in council, issues that were being raised in the management committee as ESCO, and issues that were being raised at management meeting, and issues that were raised at council meeting, and be able to ascertain whether those issues were raised indeed. So it would be important that actually when they come here, and we engaged them on issues that were raised on council business. Thank you, Chair.
Honourable Francis.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think further to the summons and also the misleading of Parliament that I did raise earlier today as well, is that we should extend an invite to the MEC of COCTA as well as the MEC of Finance, because at our last engagement with Auditor General's reports in KZN with the Eastern Cape, they weren't there. And I think as the first supporting structure to any municipality being the province, I think they need to also be extended an invite for this. Thank you.
No, thanks, Chair. Shortly, I think the flow of information, that's what I want to, the information that we are given, can it be ensured that it's an accurate information? I think it's quite offensive when we go through documents and then we figure out at a later stage that they are not true. It's a very rare thing that at any tender would be issued at exactly 3 million, exactly at 15 million, exactly at, I mean, that's why my colleague is even saying you don't even need to look the pricing of tenders, it's not even sense exactly. So can the document, any other document that will be given, especially the profiles of everyone that is at SCM and contract management, can be given accurate information. And then I just want to state, perhaps my colleagues are not putting, lying to Parliament is actually a criminal offense. It's not just an offense, it's a criminal offense. We can open a case for you for the fact that you lied to us. And lastly, Chair, I just want to mention that I was looking at part of the oversight that we did in KZN, and we engaged some of the municipalities like such as Newcastle and so on. And I was seeing that Hawks visited them yesterday. So I'm just warning this municipality that if they continue to play dive with us, we can just leave them. But they will get other visitors, which are not us, and are much more not nicer. So they would rather just account to us so that we see how we move forward.
Okay,
Thank you, Chair. You know, when you invoke the issue that lying in Parliament is a serious offense, it's a crime. It happened to one of the committees which I was sitting in, and the results are there for anyone to see. Now, we in fact, what Honorable Mtolo was raising about the deputy mayor, understanding that the chair say we cannot go back to where we started. But Chair, I just want to make a comment on that. The issue of these bonuses, it looks like there's an issue there. But when they come back, we will get into the bottom of the matter, whether people were paid bonuses or not. And this organogram, which now was flighted, I'm not going to discuss it. We'll discuss it when we come back. But I want us to look at it. I want us to look at this, and I must tell you, Chair, if you remember when we were in Gauteng, we invited the Premier in our last joint. We invited the Premier. I want to extend this, not necessarily only the MEC. We need the Premier to be here. We had an acting Premier, I think, at that time. Maile was an acting Premier. That these matters are of a serious concern. It's an understatement to say figures. Normally, some of us who are, unfortunately, Chair, one would be on the newspaper for a wrong reason again. Because when we raise these issues, some people are looking at us. But I'm not worried about that because they've been fabricating stories and making stories about us. We have to dig deep here, Chair, to help our people and to help the executive. I'm not sure whether it's GNU, the issue which is here at play as well. But it might be the case. I don't think that the mayor and the deputy mayor are together, Chair. But let's leave that for our next meeting, as you said. If they don't comply, voluntary to come, therefore, as they can be subpoenaed. But for now, I'm appealing to you. You give them a chance. If they don't respond like we are saying, the first letter, there was no response. The second letter was no response. For me, it's, you know what? They are giving us a middle finger that we can go to, I'm not sure whether heaven or hell. But that should not be allowed, Chair. With powers vested in you and this parliament, we need to make sure that we all account. Because we all account to parliament. We cannot allow anyone, for that matter, like O'Sullivan wanted to do here with us. We cannot allow that. We must make sure that even our own people count to the last cent. It can't be that you have 3 million rand of the COP. You have 15 million of the COP. There's no way. Money doesn't work like that. Even if you go to a Boxer, what do you call it, Boxer supermarket, you'll find 16 rand 99, 16 rand 49 cent. Figures are just like that. But if we are misled here, please, executive mayor and the acting, if you will be still here, because there's too many changes in one municipality. One in closing, an acting a CFO. In fact, the acting a city manager was a CFO. He was recommending to himself as a city manager in this country, one of the biggest municipality. One man is a CFO, is a city manager. So I'm not shocked, Chair, but thank you.
Okay, honorable members, we'll come to the end of this meeting. I will take the issue of the summons and discuss it with the office of the Speaker and the legal team. The members will be given a feedback at the right time. In between, I will share with you the legal opinion that we had obtained in preparation for the this process as we are communicating with Nelson Mandela Bay Municipality. You will therefore have a look at that, and then we'll give you feedback in the process thereafter. Let me then take this opportunity to thank the Mayor, the Speaker, the Deputy Mayor, the Chair of MPEG, the CM, CFO, and all the other members for your time and for your presentation and all your submissions. And we thank the members of the SIU who are here. And we thank the members of the provincial COCTA who are here and those who have been on the virtual platform. Thank you. Let's thank all the members of the portfolio committees, the joint oversight portfolio committees who are here. Thank you for making the time. And thank you for focusing on the issues at hand. And the secretariats from all the committees, we want to say thank you. I know some of the members got stuck, could join us today, but have been with us yesterday. So to all the members of the joint oversight portfolio committees, we want to say thank you. We will then update each other in relation to the next appearance, and we'll take the matters from that point onwards. So I'm sorry it's taken us up till this time of the day. However, it was necessary that we canvass as many of the issues as we could. We'll then rearrange and we'll certainly invite back Nelson Mandela team to come and deal with some of the issues. And so at this point, I'd like us to adjourn the meeting. The meeting is adjourned. Travel safely and have a good night. And the meeting is adjourned. Thank you. Bye-bye.